Hey everybody, it's me, Hunter. Sorry for interrupting the start of the show. I know the show's long enough as it is, but I do have some unfortunate news to share. Most of you probably know this already, but just in case for those who may be watching, listening, who haven't heard, our great friend and member of this podcast, Brad Russell, had a pretty severe stroke right at the end of July. It actually happened just a few days after the recording of this podcast that you're about to watch or listen to. So you're about to see and hear from Brad in this episode just before he had the stroke. To make matters worse, he seemed like he was recovering well about a week later from the stroke, but he had a sorry, it's hard for me to talk. He had a pretty bad setback. He had a really major heart attack, and he had to be resuscitated for like 5 to 7 minutes. He didn't have a pulse. But good news is he's recovering now again, and he seems like he's on the right track. He's making progress. He's in the process right now of trying to find a rehab facility to be moved to, where he can really find his way back from this. We have all the faith in the world that he's going to find his way back from this. We did start a GoFundMe for his family because this will undoubtedly be an incredibly difficult time for them financially. And amazingly, this community has already come through for him in a really big way. As of mid-August, when I'm recording this message, we've raised right at, I think it's just under 15,000. So that's incredible. And even though that does seem like a lot, there's really no telling how much of a burden this will be for them. So if you haven't already donated, or if you have more to donate, please consider doing so. I'll put the link to the GoFundMe in the description below, so you can find it there. Brad has always been one of the most kind and generous people I've ever met to so many people over the years. It's definitely the least that we can do to return the favor and help him and his family through this. Again, I'm really sorry for this interruption and crummy news if you hadn't heard this already. I still really hope y'all enjoy this episode. It's a really good one. We had a lot of fun on it. And Brad puts a lot of work into these beforehand and afterwards. And this one's no exception. He put a lot of work into this one. We even used some of his own music for the #1 entry this month. So I hope you really enjoy that. It's incredible. I know you're going to enjoy it. So thank you for listening to this, and please enjoy the podcast. Hello and welcome to GGD Gaiden episode 13, aka the overheard at the lunch table episode. That's right, we're going to be talking about urban legends today. I'm Hunter Pearson. I'm going to be standing in as host for the irreplaceable Wes Bates. We miss Wes Bates. Wes has again left the hemisphere. Different hemisphere this time. This time he's gone to the eastern one. He is in France, teaching the French how to plant watermelons. In his absence, I'm going to be taking the reins. Man, do we have a fun episode today. We're going to talk about urban legends, and what better way to talk about urban legends than bringing in a legend to help us out. Today, we have the brilliant, beloved, blitheful Bob Buel from the 99 Questions podcast. How's it going, Bob? How are you doing, man?
I'm doing amazing after that intro. Are you kidding me? It is an honor to be on this show. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, we are so happy, dude.
I am super psyched for this topic, by the way. This is exactly my niche, so I am ready
Yeah, I mean, we should just let people know. I mean, it's from your brain. It's your idea. Like, you have created this out of thin air. We have come to this from your brain. So thank you. And just I'm gonna let you do a little bit more of an introduction in a minute, but just want to say that if you have not checked out the 99 Questions podcast, do yourself a favor. Go check it out. It is highly entertaining, highly interesting. He gets some of the best people from around the games industry, wrestling, community, like just kind of a mixed bag. And he asks them a series of questions that are just, they're just fantastic. I mean, they can be, it really is like one of those things that, like, his questions open up a whole kind of Pandora's box of directions that show can go in. It's always a lot of fun.
Well, that's very kind of you. Very kind of you to say. Thank you.
Yeah, let's not forget that if you want to yell at Bob, you can dial Real Wax Vet.
And a hotline.
That's right. That's
right.
right.
People haven't
got a hotline. Guys, we've got a guest on that has a hotline.
Yeah.
We've made it. We've made it.
Yeah, he's replaced one of his questions with like a community question, right? It's just the one, so you can call in and maybe ask one of his guests a question if you have somebody coming on that people might want to ask. Who you got coming up lined up next? If you can say, if you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure exactly when this is coming out, but I believe the next episode up, or the one that just came out, is going to be with Elise Willems from Funhouse.
Powerful.
She was an absolute gem.
Mm-hmm.
Rocked it. We went for almost 3 hours.
What?
It was absolutely hilarious.
Dude.
I can't wait.
One of my favorite people, like original game trailers, like super fan here. So,
Elise is legendary, man.
Mandatory update, one of the best things. And I know you've had Isla Hink on your show too, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Isla had Bloodworth. Oh yeah, we got to chat all about our old days there. It was great.
That's so fun. And I know you just had Imran Khan was the last one I listened to. And I just want to say, on the off chance that he might be listening, that if I knew somebody who had a Raptors running in the kitchen lunchbox, that would be the coolest freaking thing I'd ever seen in my life. And that's all all I've been able to think of for
the coolest thing you could put on a lunchbox. How could you not swoon over that? Like, I'd be going nuts. Fantastic. Imran, amazing.
Really great episode. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything else you want to share, just randomly, like what's good, what's going on, anything you're playing, anything you else you want to share?
Well, there is something I've been playing, but I think I'm going to strategically bring it up in the news segment here. Maybe an old 16-bit RPG that I've recently beaten for the first time. So
nice.
For the audience there. We'll get there.
Ooh, all right. The suspense. All right, well, we'll move along then. Also join us, as always, we have Brad Bloodhound Fang Russell. What's good, Brad? Shit. I'm trying to channel Wes here because he always comes up with good nicknames for us.
Yeah, good one, man. Good one. And Topical Hunter and I, we've recently been co-oping there on Elden Ring. I was on a New Game Plus, so I spent like 200 hours on Elden Ring and then beat it and was like, I haven't had enough Elden Ring. And then I started a New Game Plus, played for like 45 minutes, and I said, I think I've had enough Elden Ring. And I set it down. And now the DLC comes out, so it's like basically like beat this game again.
Yeah.
At least halfway there to get. So anyway, long story short, Hunter's been joining me co-op just so we could hammer through these bosses, man. And we have just been like chainsawing.
Yeah, hammer we did.
Yeah, we roll into like an encampment. Like he takes the left and I take the right, and like it's just over.
It's awesome, dude.
It's been a blast.
Like Elden Ring Contra, man, and we both have like the S weapon. We're just mowing people down.
Just rolling deep.
God, I love it. Yeah.
So DLC, I got into it. Yeah, the Hunter was there, hung with me for a little while, watched me get my ass kicked for a little while. But I'm super excited. I'm super excited to have new Elden Ring stuff. Like it's just it feels like right back in the saddle, and had just enough time playing the game again to get there, to get my legs underneath me again, and I'm feeling good out there. So super pumped.
Dude, there's so much ahead of you. It's beefy.
I can't wait.
Beefy.
That'll be the weekend.
All right. Also joining my brother Zach, not coming to my grandparents' 75th wedding anniversary, Pearson.
I do notice you are not there as well. So
I am leaving in the morning, my friend.
Oh, that's right.
It's on Saturday. I am driving with Andrew, my son Andrew, and Holden, and we are headed to the very northeast corner of Georgia, basically where they filmed Deliverance. We're gonna go there and hang out with my redneck family. All 170 of them, or however many there are.
Yeah, way too many of them. There's just our extended family is insanely big.
Yeah. What's up, dude? How's it going, bro?
It's going good. I got to jump in with you guys and do a little bit of Elden Ring with Brad. I would say that the hammer was not brought down until I joined in, because my character carries around two massive hammers.
You do have hammers.
Zach's build is sick.
Yeah, I did just change it because I'm trying to get myself into that DLC, and I want to go back to kind of my original play style, which was doing a mage build to run through it for the first time, which that means I am super squishy. If I get hit, I am dead, but I also hit like a freaking truck. So it'll be fun to see how that serves me in the DLC once I finally get to it. Otherwise, I am not appearing from where I was 2 hours ago at this point, because I am technically on vacation right now. Also, I have been up camping, and you can see all the sun I got just after one day. But it was too important for me to be back here and be with you guys for recording this. So jumped in the car, drove 2 hours back here to get on the show. Had to dodge a couple of forest fires because it's the summer in the Northwest, and we get forest fires all over the place. I mean, heck, even today while we were sitting around just relaxing, there were fire planes flying over us and landing on the lake right next to us, almost scooping up some jet skiers to pick up a bunch of water to fly 4 miles over the mountain next to us.
Imagine how exciting that would be.
Water.
That would be a crazy ride.
Hey, can you just drop me off the next slope?
So is that what happened to your face?
In a very tight circle inside the cup that they carry the water in.
It's like, I feel like that's like something.
I was the jet skier. They dropped me off in the fire. That's exactly what happened.
That would totally happen though in like a late 80s like action movie, like Ski Patrol or something. Like that would happen. Like that's not that out of not plausible or whatever for a movie like that. Well, we're sorry that you stuck your face directly in one of those fires.
No worries, it'll heal eventually.
Yeah, we don't really tan that well, so
Pearsons don't tan.
All right, well, I don't really have.
What about anything for you? I was going to say anything for you.
No, I think we kind of covered mine, because I was just going to also talk about how much have been enjoying playing the Elden Ring DLC with Brad, and also about going to see our family. That's kind of what I've got going on. So I can't get enough of the Elden Ring. It was so funny playing with Brad. The one thing I'll add is that, he had I'm watching him play, and he had something like 700,000 runes. I was like, dude, you should level up. And he's like, I don't have enough. I was like, what level are you? I was like, what level are you? He's like, his level is crazy. It's like, took my breath away. It's like 370 something. Like in that game, that is insane. That's a lot of leveling.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Especially said you're only on New Game Plus. So you didn't go to the farm hill at all then to get to that point. That's crazy.
I live on that hill and I'm only like 240. So
yeah.
All right.
I got COVID and just was grinding for 2 weeks. Leave me alone.
He was in between our Bradborn episodes. All right. Well, again, we're so grateful to have Bob with us, and we're gonna move this show right along into our news bites. I always hit the mic every time I do that. And like when I listen to it editing, and I'm like, will you stop hitting the mic? But I'm never going to learn. So
a staple now, man.
Yeah. News Bites is our
ASMR,
It drives me nuts. It's like just ding, ding, ding.
And now we've talked about it enough that you have to leave it in the show now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There's no getting rid of it. News Bytes, of course, our segment where we each kind of bring something from current events in the news, video games or otherwise, that we're interested in. It can be serious or silly or whatever, and we just kind of talk about it for a minute. So, Bob, since you're our distinguished guest, why don't you kick us off? Since we're waiting in anticipation about this game that you're playing. So, what do you bring to share with the class?
Well, my news comes from Silicon Era, announcing that a NES from a little game, you might have heard of it, called Earthbound, from back in the day. They are releasing a soft vinyl toy. It's coming out via lottery, so you not only have to win a lottery just to be able to purchase it. So the odds of many people getting this thing are not crazy big, but it's like 9 inches tall, and it's like a soft vinyl, realistic NES looking thing. I'm all in. I gotta win this lottery, or I'm gonna spend a lot of money on eBay after the fact. But that transitions perfectly into, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, I started playing Earthbound about a month ago, and I was a Genesis boy growing up, so it was always one that eluded me. I was a Phantasy Star boy and proud of it. But I started up Earthbound. Holy cow, did this game get its hooks in me. Oh boy. I see why the people who played this when they were 10, it still sticks with them to this day. I get it. I absolutely get it. Absolutely phenomenal. And didn't even mention this, it's the 30th anniversary of Earthbound. Came out 30 years ago. So 1990. Wow, math. 4. I played it, I beat it, absolutely adore it. I played it on Switch, so I could use the save states a little bit. Perfect. I only had to cheese it like twice to like rewind and hope I got a critical, you know. When I was like, I know the boss is down to 1 hit. Like I'm not gonna let him take me out. But that game, holy cow. The music is phenomenal.
Super good.
The art direction is so fun and bright and vibrant, and when they want to take something seriously, they take it seriously. Like there are some moments in that game that are like, you gotta kind of sit back with your jaw open, because it is just like, this was like a children's game in 1994. It really, really blew me away. So many innovative moments in terms of the gameplay. Like the easiest one, if you've never played the game, the one that really blew me away early was everyone's life bar is on like a spinner, basically. So like if you have 100 HP and you take 80 points of damage, it's just slowly ticking down from 100 to 20 to taking the 80 points of damage. But if you happen to kill the boss or the enemy you're facing when your health is still clicking down, the battle stops and your health is stuck at that health. So like, when, you know, if you have like 300 HP and the boss deals 300 points of damage, now it's like, okay, I can either kill the boss or try to heal my person before they're KO'd, because now I'm waiting for the timer to click down. So I have to like X through all the menus to be like, heal. Like, I've never had that in a game in the 30 years since.
Yep. It's
the final boss,
game.
I don't want to say too much, but it's so innovative. There's so many weird aspects to it. The side characters are so fun and memorable, and I can't speak highly enough about it. But like, I'm going to barbecues over the summer. Like, anyone play Earthbound recently? Of course not. It's 2024. No, but I am in love with this game. I absolutely adore it.
Yeah. So what did you play it on? Just like,
Switch.
On the Switch.
On the Switch. Okay.
Super NES.
That's right.
I want to call it Virtual Console, but it's like,
because for many years it was like hard to get your hands on that game, but then they put it on like the mini. That's where I played it last. Was on the mini, like classic one. And I had a ton of fun. And my kids were like, "What is going on in this game? It's so wonderfully weird." I don't remember which episode we featured that on. I don't think it was.
It was Games We Want Back. Was the one we had that.
Oh yeah,
because we talked about
3,
it.
come on.
Because Mother 3 is not coming.
No, it's definitely not coming. But I remember the music being great.
It's so oddly frustrating. Like, they made that big announcement a couple of years ago where it's like, Earthbound fans, don't you worry, we're giving you the prequel. And it's like, wait, no, I didn't want this. The NES version, like, and they just refuse to touch Mother 3 with a 10-foot pole. And I don't.
It's Reggie's fault. It's all Reggie.
Come on, Reggie.
I did love that. Just about the actual like vinyl toy though. I was like looking at it, and I do love that it's massive, and it was fully posable too. That like you can bend it and kind of like put the bat in his hand, and I was like, oh, that makes me want. Like makes me like I've always had this desire to get into like stop motion. I feel like you use that thing to like do like really cool little like stop motion things. Like
100%.
Speaking of which, did you ever see the Raptors in the Kitchen stop motion? Did you ever see that?
You're gonna have to send me this
link.
Dude,
I'll get it for you because it was on the Jurassic Park's my favorite movie, and that's my second favorite scene in that movie. And but there's like on the original DVD, there's like all the bonus extras, and like one of the most insane things is Spielberg, like for the most of the production of that movie, had the dinosaurs as stop motion. So there's an entire stop motion Raptors in the Kitchen scene they did, and it's freaking incredible. It's the best stop motion probably ever done, but he was like, I can still see the little jankiness, and he was like, scrap the whole thing, we're gonna do this 3D animation, which had like never really been done like that before. So that's Spielberg for you. I'll send it to you. Anyway, that's a little bit of a little bit of a sidebar.
Well, now you gotta leave me hanging here. What's the favorite scene in Jurassic Park? I know this is not Earthbound related whatsoever, but
I'm shallow and a simp. I like the T-Rex breaking out. That's just when that thing comes out and it's just like in the rain, and it's so believable. And I was 13 when that came out, and I saw it like probably 6 times in the theater. I had actually read the book at that same time too, Gaiden, which if you've never done is also one of the most worthwhile reads. Very different from the movie. It kind of incorporates some of the first 2 movies in the first book, so gets a lot more sciencey as Crichton used to do. But that scene, is just so flawlessly done and badass. I love it.
So good. Like the different shots from inside the Jeep to the rainy outside. And I love that the whole thing has no music.
Yeah.
Like you don't even realize because it's so tense.
The rain hitting the top of the car. It's just like,
that's all you need.
I will be watching this now. Like I can't. It's like when we talk about Bloodborne. Like that's my comfort food. Like I go watch Jurassic Park after we're done here. I'll like fall asleep watching it. I fell asleep watching that VHS like every night for like 5 years when I was in high school. So
and terrified me every night doing that because I was like 3.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't know what to do with you. You were a surprise.
Something like that.
You know what? Since you chimed in, we got to move this train along. I guess for reason of nepotism, Zach, why don't you share your story?
It's a good time to do me too, because luckily for our viewers and listeners, I have the only sad story or sad moment news for this entire for this podcast. So it's good to get me out of the way as well. Hunter actually shot this over to all of us yesterday, and I decided that it's big enough that it needs to be. Or no, was
Brad did?
Sorry, Brad, you did it.
It doesn't matter.
One of us did it. And it's a big enough story that I think it needed to be brought forward. Humble Games has reportedly laid off its entire staff. I feel like every single episode we have something like this happening. And do you know what's even worse about it? It's the same damn companies that I remembered Hunter talked about last time, because it's Ziff Davis, the one who has IGN, Eurogamer, GameIndustry.biz. Like, it's the same owners, and they just decided, you know what? Hey, we're going to restructure. And you know what's going to get restructured? All your jobs. So, all 36 of the staff members of Humble Games were laid off as of, was it Tuesday? I think it was Tuesday. They all got laid off, and it's just such an awful thing to happen, especially when this is a developer that has in my opinion, continuously brought fun games, exciting games, things to the portfolio of what games we can play that are great indies that are just gone now. I mean, I can only think of this they were like, oh, it's not making money, so we have to get rid of it and focus only on the Humble Store, which I'm going to say this right now. I have been using the Humble Store for the past 2 years, and I have the Humble subscription, and I am getting rid of that basically as soon as we're done with this, because I can't support this company anymore with it. This is too bad for employees and just for the gaming industry as a whole. I do want to give props to all the games that they have made over the years and the ones that are still planned to come out, because we probably won't get many more after that. Just a few of them. We had Slay the Spire, and we're having Slay the Spire 2 come out. Never Alone, Never Alone 2 is coming out. Carto, amazing little map discovery game. Hat in Time, Dodgeball Academia, Ekenfell was fun. Forager, Fairy Tactics, which if you love the old school like Final Fantasy Tactics games, is a great rendition of it. And they also did Tim, which is potentially one of the only Pokemon competitors out there. And it's just so saddening that this is going away. And just for the reason of people want to make more money. It's awful.
Just throwing them on the already smoldering pile of game industry jobs and journalism jobs that have been just scooped up by like mega like multinational corporations and then just shaving off pieces left and right. And you know, it honestly makes me like, these people are so talented. You know, just added to the list of talented people out there that I'm hoping in the long run it kind of like ends up being a good thing for them, where they end up in like their own projects and own teams. Like, you know, indie games is like really making a big push for space because people just want to play fun games, and indie games have been amazing. And these people are getting on teams and they have more ownership of. And I'm kind of hoping that these people land on their feet and keep making great stuff that we love without having to like live in like the fear of crunch and, you know, boardrooms where they don't understand anything about games but just understand profits and marketing and that shit. And it honestly makes me want to start like with like some other people I know, like some kind of like consulting firm of like finance and HR that just helps these groups of people like start their own things and like get up and running so that they can just like make games and not have to worry about a lot of the stuff that they may not, you know, or maybe they're too scared to really try. But hopefully, yeah, it sucks when we, you know, it has felt like every month we've had a different, like, oh, these people now are jobless, and just add them to the thousands. I think it was only like 60 or something people, but that's still a lot of people. I mean, and just adding them to the pile of people out there who are trying to vie for space in the market. So,
and it's so mind-boggling to me that a company can just be like, yeah, we're laying off the entire staff. We're not shutting down. We're just firing everyone so we can hire cheaper people.
Did you see the statement? The statement makes me
mind-blowing.
It was like the same. I wrote it down. Hold on, because it's like
gross is a great word for it, because it's so transparently like
gross,
capitalistic. Like,
they all have the same crappy buzzwords and stuff that just like, I mean, I guess if you read it without a brain, like it sounds good, but like it just is so meaningless and cruel. So it says, this decision was not made lightly. It involved much deliberation and careful thought with the goal of ensuring the stability and support of our developers and ongoing projects. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, what about firing developers supports them? I don't get that. So anyway, very, very weird. Definitely worth talking about, but yeah. Does anybody else have anything to add to this?
No.
Sad
Let's move away from it.
Okay.
Like,
away from it.
this it just sucks. Like, it feels like this is like a like a monthly deal, like that one of us has to, kind of like have the unfortunate, like, because you got to shine a light on this stuff. So, you want to, you don't want to talk about it, but you should because it sucks. It just does feel like at least once a month, one of us is bringing some bullshit like this to the table. And I've kind of had it too. It's annoying.
I think we want to talk about it because we appreciate, like, we just want people to know, like, we appreciate them. Like, we appreciate what they do and the work that they put in. And
we love what you do.
Yeah. Absolutely. And it's heartbreaking that good people have to go through that. So, all right, let's move on from Zach's. I guess I'll go because I think Brad's is the ultimate feel good. Whereas mine, maybe it feels good. Maybe it feels a little too good. So, I brought the article, new Xbox controller lets you play with Deadpool's ass. From Kotaku.
This is a Hunter-ass story.
I love the hard-hitting news stories.
I love my stupid controller stories. This is right in line with like the Ninja Turtle controllers that smell like pizza.
Does this controller smell like Deadpool's ass?
God, one can only hope, and taste like it.
What about the Hugh Jackman one? Does that one also smell and taste like his ass?
Why are you spoiling my story? You want to just tell the whole thing?
No, I can't control myself. This thing's been fucking eating at me since you brought this up.
Stop sign of a face out of the camera and let me tell my thing.
Go! I'll shut the fuck up.
All right, break it up.
So yes, I think they like coined it the cheeky controller. And it's a controller that, if you haven't seen it, we'll put an image on the video of it here. But it looks like it's like kind of
safe for work, I guess.
It uses like the material. I don't know. Maybe you can peel it off. It mimics the material of Deadpool's suit, and it comes equipped with a just 10 out of 10 ass on the back of it. So like the handles of the controller, they look like the legs, right? But then it's just got this ass. There's a picture.
Dump truck on the back of that controller.
Well,
ass.
It'll be on the video below. Yeah. You'll see it.
So, and also the controller can be disassembled. Threw that little pun in there for y'all. By removing the booty cheeks, so you can actually hold it and play with it. But honestly, if you have that controller and you take the ass off, then like there's something wrong with you. I don't even know why they made the ass removable.
I think there might be the battery pack behind the ass.
Maybe you gotta put this. Missed opportunity. You gotta
recharge that ass.
Missed opportunity just to slide the batteries right up in the
button.
Should have a vibration function if they really thought this through.
Yes.
I don't
know.
No. Just mappable buttons on each cheek, and then a turbo button right up the middle.
I was saying it'd
be
be amazing if it had like a touchpad on the back where you actually had to like scroll around just by like feeling around.
Vita had it, or not the V? Yeah, it was the Vita had that on the back of it.
Yeah,
it did.
So yeah, and as Zach alluded to, like, I thought the Deadpool thing was the greatest thing I had seen in a long time until I saw that they also have the Wolverine one, which is like fully equipped, like even like Wolverine's like back pockets on there. And like, again, just the same breathtaking ass. The one bad thing about this, like the Ninja Turtle things, like the whatever, the statue, the Ness figurine, like it's a lottery. It's like they're only doing like a few of them.
It's one.
Is it just one?
Oh, literally
one. It's one set, and the winner gets both. That's it. One person's gonna win this stupid thing.
That's just
and then Post Malone's gonna buy it for $3 million.
Yeah. Why? I mean, like, why would you make something so beautiful and just deny it to the world? Is what I want to know.
Yeah.
And
there's only one Mona Lisa, so maybe
Yeah, but
it only seems apt.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a fair point. But I don't really appreciate your logic right now. What I want is to win it and have it for myself, and just like honestly spend way too much time ogling it. It's so beautiful. It also comes with on top of the controllers, it comes with a custom like reskin Series X, and like a set of foam katanas, so that also are branded like Deadpool. So if you happen to be the lucky winner of this, congratulations. If you want to, I think you have to like go on Twitter or something and retweet it or do that kind of thing. So chances
I'll trade you my NES vinyl for your caked up Deadpool controller.
Dude, can we get into like some kind of like timeshare where we just like send them back and forth to each other? We're close.
Sisterhood of it's the brotherhood of the traveling ass.
Yeah, now we're living.
All right.
Also, real quick in my notes here, I just wrote Deadpoon, Drop It Logan, and Weapon XXX.
Oh God, you have the same mindset as me. I've been nonstop. All I could think of was fucking puns and stupid shit since Hunter showed this to me. Fuck it, it's probably bigger than your hands, so that it makes your hands look small.
Yeah, it does that. It stirs all kinds of like creative juices and juices in other areas. It's
juicy.
Yeah, it gets them flowing. All right, anybody else want to talk about the controller ass, the booty cheek controller, or are we going to move on to Brad?
No, but this was fantastic.
Yeah, I figured. All right, Brad, let's end this thing on the highest of high notes.
I'm sorry, Wes.
Poor Wes.
All right, so I thought I'd just quickly cover GDQ, Summer Games Done Quick. So I just pulled a quick article up of Sports Illustrated, their esports section there. Titled Games Done Quick passes 50 million lifetime. So for those who don't know, GDQ, or Games Done Quick, is an organization that hosts speedrunning events throughout the year and raises money for charity. Their big event of the year is typically Summer Games Done Quick, which we just got, or SDDQ. The event took place June the 30th through July 6th at the Hilton, Minneapolis in Minnesota, as well as broadcasting live on Twitch. At this event, they managed to raise $2,546,290 for Doctors Without Borders, which is typically the major beneficiary of these events. This puts their 14-year lifetime total to over $51 million raised for various charities, Doctors Without Borders being pretty much the main one. That's what they like to do. That's incredible. Amazing. So, and for those not in the know, the speedrunning community has been consistently one of the most welcoming, wholesome, and inclusive communities on the internet. Like, if you're a dick, like, you're out of here. So like it's a really cool, like, kind of place to be, no matter what game you're running. Like, if you're a speedrunner, like, you're part of the family, kind of, so anyway, I'll run through some quick highlights. The event was kicked off by creator of Doki Doki Literature Club, Dan Salvato, doing an all melons run of Yoshi's Story for N64. After that, we had runs of Minecraft Dungeons, Mega Man 9, Ratchet and Clank, Pokemon Violet the Teal Mask, that's the DLC, Splatoon 3 Side Order, Halo 2 on Legendary, Tomb Raider, and Enter the Gungeon Race, Bayonetta 2 on Infinite Climax, Turnip Boy Robs a Bank, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and like a couple of fan-made Sonic projects, which I thought was really neat. The Sonic Project 06 and Sonic Robo Blast 2 were featured. Pepper Grinder, Bomberman 64, Spelunky, a 3-deck skipless run of Balatro, Celeste. Whoa. Yeah. For those of them know, that's nuts. That's Celeste, amazing. Which has become a mainstay at GDQ events. Like, there's always Celeste, which is great. A 100% run of Metroid Fusion, and what they call an Alan % run of Alan Wake 2, where they just basically do Alan's side of the story. Speed runs that. We saw Doom 64, Terminator Skynet, which is like a game that no one knows what that game is. It's so awesome that it was there. A world record was set for the game Killing Time with a good ending run. Like, so they got the good ending. 100% run of Wario Land for Virtual Boy.
Whoa!
Some deep cuts here. Ninja Gaiden, Little Samson, Mega Man X5, Mega Man 4, Sunset Riders, which had this really neat little like musical number in the middle. Like they kind of stopped like during the like the bonus stage and played a little ditty on like a ukulele and had like the whole crowd involved. Like really neat stuff. Like I said, super wholesome community. There was a 1v1 lockout bingo race for Chibi Robo. Katamari Forever was there. Blazing Chrome, Astral Chain, Kirby's Adventure 3, 100% no glitch run. Like a Dragon Gaiden, Mass Effect, 100% shipless run of Outer Wilds, an Undertale true pacifist run, Lufia 2, including the world's most difficult puzzle. If you know Lufia 2, you know what I'm talking about. Gunbrella, Sly Cooper 3.
So all the games.
Yeah, dude. I mean, there was like a Hollow Knight race. There was a Super Mario Any Percent, Donkey Kong. Hunter, you'll appreciate this. They did Elden Ring, the DLC for Elden Ring. Oh, you did watch it.
I watched it. Yeah, I love it.
Bananas. Yeah, Metroid, like a Super Metroid, like 4-player Super Metroid race. Dirge of Cerberus, like what? Metal Gear Solid 4, like I mean, like I said, like Hunter said, all the video games.
It'd be quicker to name the ones they didn't do.
Yeah, I do want to mention quick that the highlight of the event, I think for most people, perhaps myself included.
Can I guess what it was?
Yeah, go right for it. You know what it is.
I don't know what it is. I was going to say Grand Poo World 3.
I know. I think I know what it is.
You know what it is. So,
I know what it is.
Everyone's favorite Shiba Inu pupper, Peanut Butter, and his owner, JSR, coming hot off their performance of Gyromite in 26 minutes and 24 seconds at Awesome Games Done Quick in January. We're tasked with winning a game of Ken Griffey Jr. presents Major League Baseball for SNES. So
yes,
nice.
The dog has a button in front of him. He pitches, he bats, and it's all based on his owner's kind of command. So he will do these things, and the two of them are just incredible. So I mean, major drama here, guys. Like there was like this grim moment where like Peanut Butter was down like 0-1 in the 6th inning, but like after loading the bases in front of a crowd with held breath, Peanut Butter like scored this grand slam, and the energy in the crowd was like so infectious. Like I could feel it from here. Like,
dude, I love those crowds.
Incredible.
Yeah.
So the topper on that is he wins the game in dramatic fashion in the 12th inning overtime, scoring the winning run with Ken Griffey Jr.
Oh wow!
Oh,
that's crazy.
You couldn't have wrote a better ending,
dude. Funny you say that because this story was covered by like ESPN, Sportsnet. Like it was fucking everywhere. Like it's so fucking cool, guys. If you haven't checked out Games Done Quick, if you have any interest in speedrunning or just watching just video game nerds just at their fucking best, like. This entire event is available on Twitch and YouTube. Like you can watch the whole thing just by going to their YouTube channel.
Yeah,
I could go on forever. That Game's Done Quick, but I won't.
Great.
I'll stop.
It's great events, dude. It's great. There's great charities they pick. But always amazes me, like you get these packed rooms, like in like some kind of like Radisson Inn with like the chairs out there playing on like some crazy like setup that they like. You can never really see the setups, but. And then the freaking, I mean, one of the reasons I think they put up like over 50 mil, like it's always amazing to me, the freaking disposable income of the dorks who are into this stuff. Like bless these dorks. Like you'll watch and it's just crazy. They're like, oh, now's a good time for donations. They're like, all right, cool. We've got Darth Gator with $500. Good luck on that Grand Poo World 3 run. Poo hugs all around. It's like $500. Like you just keep $500. Like who are you? Who are you, Darth Gator? That's not a real name. I just made that up. But like it's just that's like what those events are like, and it's just all the time. They're like, oh, 500,000 here, $25 here, and the people are just having a great time playing games and cheering people on. And it's one of the best things out there in any. Like medium, like any sport or anything. It's so worthwhile.
Oh yeah,
and it's
so
for
much
good cause. Anybody else have anything want to add?
I'm not even super into speedrunning, but like the last 5 or 6 years, I will go through the YouTube playlist because they will just give you like, okay, here's this 20-minute video, here's this 30-minute video, here's a 2-hour video, and I'll just find like the 5 or 6 that I go like, oh, a blind Mike Tyson Punch-Out run? Okay, I want to see this one. Or like just games that I like because they're commentating over what they're doing. So it's almost like if you have a favorite car, someone just ripping every part of the car apart and going, this is what this does, and this is what this does. Yeah. And if we replace it with this, it moves 60 miles an hour faster. Yeah. So like they're giving all this insight into the game, how it works, how to break it as they're playing it. It's fascinating. And they have a full crowd behind them to react to everything they're doing. It's so cool. So wildly entertaining. Even if you have no interest in speedrunning, I promise, based on the games Brad just mentioned, I mean, you're going to find
There's so many more too. It's an 8-day event.
I love what you just brought up, Bob, because that's literally the exact reason that I got into SGDQ and watching these is I watched someone playing Final Fantasy VII and broke down every detail of how they speedrun the game. And it's like a 7.5 hour speed run of the entirety. And I was like, that was the most amazing thing I've ever watched. It's go find your favorite game speedrun by somebody. You will learn something. And it's amazing.
I watched the dude beat Sekiro blindfolded. Like, that's crazy. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Sekiro is at the event this year.
It's okay. Right, well, that's a good one. That's why I want to end on that one. It's such a good one. Thank you for bringing that one, and thank you all you guys for bringing yours. And that's going to wrap up the undercard. So it's time for the main event, the GGD Gaiden Top 10. Wrote that in my notes.
We got that.
Again, this is a real fun one this week. We're going to be doing the Great Game Debate Community Top 10 Urban Legends. Again, these are things that people nominate at the Great Game Debate Discord, and then they come back and like rank them. So it's like a list put together by like a wide ranging like viewpoints and opinions. So it's always got like a little bit of stuff for everybody. We really want to thank everybody who participated. Well, it wasn't quite as much participation as some of the other ones, but I think it just is the nature of like the urban legends. Like, not everybody's really that familiar with these, so I think they probably felt like, you know, maybe they didn't know like how to rank them, and that's honestly okay. We still got plenty of people who did, and this list is fantastic. And so, thanks to those who nominated.
Like, if you grew up without the internet, this is a very relevant list for you.
Yeah, what's exciting about this, and I didn't know all of them either, is that I think people who listen to this one are going to learn a lot about these, you know, because, again, I think Bob definitely has a lot of these that he knows pretty well, and we went out and like did some research on some of the ones that we didn't know, so hopefully by the end of it, you'll go like, oh man, I didn't realize that was a thing. So really a fun topic. And
I will say, I'll throw out right up top, like, to me, they're equally as fun when they're true versus when they're completely false and just made up by like the weird collective zeitgeist. Like, I find this whole topic fascinating. Like the classic, like, someone said it at that other school and I heard it in a magazine and my cousin told me about it because he heard it from his other friend. And it's like,
my uncle works at Nintendo.
Yeah.
Everyone had an uncle that worked at Nintendo back then, right?
Like, I find it utterly fascinating that, you know, in a world before the internet, which I think most of these kind of
they're either there or they're like right on the cusp of when the internet, like, there was a time period where I think was kind of a bit of the golden age of this, where you could get a little bit of like internet influence, but not enough to validate or to discover the truth behind them. So there was, really a lot of it was word of mouth up to that. And then even then it kind of took off like for a couple of years before people could go search code and stuff. So
I love it. All
right. So I think we're ready to jump into the top 10 here. So at number 10. Number 10.
GGD Jam.
We have Michael Jordan in NBA Jam. I was a massive NBA Jam fan, so I'm gonna kind of intro this one, get us rolling here. I am so happy that this one made the cut. Chris Logan was the one who nominated this one. Thank you for nominating this one, because it made all of this my middle school days flood back. This is 1993, so big arcade fan back then. We had a whole arcade episode, and I was hoping NBA Jam would make that one, but I don't think it quite made the cut. I think it was just on the outside looking in. And so you got to understand that, I'm going to paint a little bit of a picture here. In 1993, NBA Jam comes out. This arcade cabinet starts showing up across arcades, and it was such a beautiful thing. And this game was amazing. It was gorgeous, and this really coincided with the Chicago Bulls NBA basketball dominance. 93 was the last year of their first three-peat, and Michael Jordan was basically a god. There were kids in rural Africa who knew who Michael Jordan was and were big fans.
Michael Jordan was like Mickey Mouse.
He was everywhere. He was the biggest name. He was the best NBA basketball player, and by far, and probably the greatest of all time, depending on who you ask. I think he was. I was a super fan. So the first time you get up to this machine, you jump in there. The Bulls are going to be the best team. You get to the team select screen, and Scottie Pippen and Horace Grant. Where the hell is Michael Jordan? It was, it's like a gut punch. You're just where? So, of course, this being one of the most popular arcade games, people were very confused. And then it started to come out a little bit again, because people didn't have the internet back then. So you'd have to go to magazines and stuff. All of a sudden, people started to hear, oh, they're these codes. You can put in, normally you just go put in your initials, but in this game, you put in different initials and different birthdays. You can unlock different players, different programmers in the games. Some of the later versions had crazy things like Bill Clinton or the gorilla. There was tons.
The Beastie Boys.
They put cheerleaders in the game. it was wild. One version even had some Mortal Kombat characters. I think even Ed Boon and John Tobias made it into the game.
I remember Raiden being in, but that might be a weird
the NBA did not like that. They took it out. So
see, there you go.
Yeah. But so everybody was well, there's got to be a Jordan code, right? They got to put him in there. But the thing was Michael Jordan was a savvy businessman, so he just didn't he had his own rights to his own likeness. He wasn't part of the NBA licensing, so, and he had a deal with EA to make just, I guess you could call it an okay game. They made the Michael Jordan Chaos in the Windy City very bizarre 2D platforming game. I don't know if anybody ever played that. So there was this, it was kind of a big deal that he that was the word of mouth started to spread that he was in the game, but nobody could ever find this code. And then the legend grew a little bit more into a different direction, where there was a rumor that started to go around that he wasn't in the game, but that Midway had made, at the request of Gary Payton, and I can't believe we're bringing his name up again, because this is one of my favorite people too, Ken Griffey Jr., and Michael Jordan, all wanted to be in the game, even though they weren't. And so Midway apparently asked them to send in their pictures of their face so they could put them in the game. So they had to take pictures like this and this and this, get their face basically programmed into the game. And then the legend goes, they sent these 3 machines to these guys for their own private use that have the 3 of them in the game, including Michael Jordan. So the craziest thing about this legend is that if you ask Mark Turmel, who is one of the lead creators of the original NBA Jam game, if those machines exist, he will tell you, yes, they exist. And they actually sent the players these games. There are a lot of people who think that he's just pulling people's legs. These are people who like would do that kind of thing. So they even like, because people had a rumor that there were Playboy bunnies in the game, so they actually made like it wasn't Photoshop back then, it was like MS Paint or something like that. And they made like a Playboy bunny like mock-up of a screenshot of the game and like put that out in the world. And so they're not above. But even in recent interviews, like they've done like panels and stuff talking about the game, like they just all go like, yeah, no, those exist. Like Gary Payton has these RAMs or whatever that have him in the game, which just drives me crazy knowing that there are people out there that have played as Michael Jordan in this game. So that's kind of the it's kind of the nuts and bolts of the legend. You guys have any input, anything you want to add to the Michael Jordan NBA Jam legend?
I mean, I definitely heard I didn't hear the Gary Payton or the Ken Griffey Jr., but I definitely heard like Michael Jordan has the one-of-one arcade cabinet in his home that they custom sent him that he's in the game. But the fact that the ROM hasn't come out or no one has bought it at
no
a
screenshots
somewhere,
no video, like it's crazy.
Especially the like 90s Midway did a lot of wacky stuff, lot of wacky stuff, and I love them for it. Like think of like NFL Blitz, like how much they would just
made that game players.
It was everything. So. And again, it lended so much credence to this rumor because there were so many wacky, unlockable characters genuinely in the game, like where you could be like Al Gore or something, and it's like, so the idea of being Michael Jordan in a basketball game was like, well, of course he's in it. So I love this rumor, and I love that there's an element of it that still persists.
I tend to lean that it's true. They sound they're so old, and like it's, I don't think that they would.
What do they have to gain?
And I have seen, they have the actual pictures of Ken Griffey Jr. from that age doing that with his face. Like I saw that they put it up at one of their conferences, so we'll put that in like the video part of this so you can see that. Like, and that to me is like almost foolproof that like they did this, or at least he asked them for it. And I just don't think they were doing things that they weren't supposed to do anyway. Like they got in trouble by the NBA. They got in trouble for putting Mortal Kombat characters in the game and then releasing that to the public. They had to go update it and pull those versions down because they're like, we don't want, like Ray didn't even had like electrocution, like effects, like when it was dunking and stuff. I mean, it was craziness. I think that was in the tournament editions, but I wouldn't put it past them. Because one of the reasons why they put themselves in the game was because they were just like testing it, and they were like, so they were taking pictures of themselves. They're like, this is actually, if we have the photos, it's like really kind of easy to do. They're just putting the faces on the player models or the body models that they had mo-capped. It wasn't really mo-capping back then; it was like close to that, but they were just like kind of cutting out their animations, and that was it. You put stats to it, and you're in the game. So it wasn't like tall order to do that. And as long as they could kind of guarantee that they weren't going to be like selling them or, trying to recreate them. I mean, Michael Jordan doesn't need the money. He's not going to like go sell his version of it. They just wanted it for their house. I think they did it. I believe that they're out there. So such a cool one. Great one to kick us off.
I believe.
All right. Well, thanks for indulging me. I know I'm going to be a little long-winded with some of these because they're just so fun, but, we are going to move on from his airness to something a little darker. At number 9. Number 9.
There's Lavender Town. I'm glad we got here before it got dark.
Looks like it's always dark around this place.
This is the Pokémon Tower, where ghost Pokémon hang out.
I like what they've done with the place.
Okay, Ash. It's time for you to show us what a great trainer you are.
Huh?
We'll let you handle this one alone.
Hey, wait a minute. You guys promised me you'd help me capture a ghost Pokémon when we got to Lavender Town.
remember promising that.
Huh?
You know how to deal with fear, Ash.
Ha! Run away if you want to. I'm not scared, and I'm not gonna let some stupid ghost Pokemon prevent me from becoming a great Pokemon master. Right, Pikachu?
Pikachu.
Pikachu?
It's Lavender Town Syndrome. Pokemon. Zach, you love Pokemon. Why don't you tell us about this charming little urban legend?
Especially the original 2, which is where we get into Lavender Town. I'm sure that in our intro here, we have just played the creepy sound that is the Lavender Town just soundtrack, or just the song that they use for it. It's very eerie and creepy and kind of disconcerting a little bit. And this song, or this sound, actually generated an entire urban legend around it in the early 2010s that was dubbed the Lavender Town Syndrome. The claim for this was that hundreds of Japanese children committed suicide in the 1990s. Others injured themselves, who had to go into psychiatric hospitals. Just wild claims that just listening to the Lavender Town music caused them to go into this sort of mental abyssal state where they were self-harming or just not able to be not able to contribute to society at all or be normal kids. There's some, I can see where this actually had some feet and how it caught on. There is actually a precedent for Pokemon having things that harmed people, because back in the original Pokemon Season 1, Episode 38, there was the Porygon episode, which caused numerous people to have seizures. Like, this actually happened. And so people say, oh, well, that freaking happened. This could definitely happen. Like, I remember this song. I remember it weirding me out. But, I mean, this is one that over time has definitely been debunked and is not, definitely not true. But it's an amazing example of how creepypasta, which I love that term, really took its place in the early 2010s on video games that a lot of us grew up on, and really set this tone for, oh, there's these hidden shit that we didn't know about in these games. It's really creepy. There's this dark side to it. And it's just was really fun to learn. I knew about the Lavender Town, but I don't think I'd really dived into where it come from and all the other things that people have put into it. Other actors have put in photoshopped images of ghosts and Pokemon, and like Pokemon Unknown spelling out "Leave Now" in the Lavender Town music. There also was claims that the song changed between moving from the Japanese version to the American version. So there's all these claims to go out about it, and it really built its mythos there to make sure that it scared people. I was like, I remember playing that and being creeped out. So really fun. A couple other, I guess, fun things that Lavender Town has brought us over the years. One is a theory that Gary's Raticate that you fight.
I was going to bring this up.
On the ship.
I forgot about this.
Yeah,
you
technically kill Gary's Raticate, and when you meet him in Lavender Town, he's burying that Pokemon. So just fun little like creepy thing out there.
Because like you fight as, I think, Rattata, you fight as Raticate on the SSN,
yeah,
and then he's never seen again.
Nope,
like it's just out of the party. And the next time you see him is in the death village of Lavender Town. So it's like,
yes,
and
cool.
and with the rival character, he carries every other Pokemon that he's ever had through to the end battle of the game. So like the Rattata, Eradicate, whatever, is the only Pokemon that he has at some point and then doesn't have when you fight him in the tower. And as you're coming in, he's coming out. So the theory goes that he is there to bury his dead Rattata or Eradicate at that point. Yeah, really interesting. That's a totally separate thing, but super cool. I was going to bring that up. So thanks.
I feel like it's just fun because I feel like Lavender Town has this whole mythos about it with a ton of crazy stuff. I guess just another quick Pokemon note on potential Pokemon theory of history. I guess maybe it's not really a theory anymore. I feel like it's been somewhat confirmed. There was a massive war prior to the first Pokemon games, and it's a Pokemon graveyard, so this is kind of considered potentially where all of the Pokemon that died in that war were buried. So there's a lot of creepiness.
I didn't play Pokemon. It's a little after my I was Pokemon eligible in age, and no offense, Brad, we're the same age. But
to be honest, I didn't start playing Pokemon until about 5 or 6 years ago.
I did not realize that there was a war going on with Pokemon. I kind of want to see that.
I want to say one of the gym leaders, Lieutenant Surge, guy. Like when you talk to him, he's like, "You didn't come from the war. You don't know what I've been through." And it's like this weird mythos that like very few people else in the world talk about. But it's like, yeah, maybe that's why like they have to send a 10-year-old kid out to go investigate and catch all these Pokemon. Like maybe there's just not that many other people to do it.
There's not a lot of middle-aged men in the Pokemon world. It's all, I mean, you have Nurse Joy, you have Officer Jenny, so there's a lot of women doing Oak. Professor Oak, but he's older.
So that's
the
only older
men were still there. The older people were still there.
Splints, he couldn't go.
Oh God!
I do have one other creepypasta sort of thing that I think really I couldn't find at the time I had a note on whether this was prior to the Lavender Town Syndrome or after, but there was also this series of posts around about Pokemon Black. And no, I'm not talking about the actual Pokemon Black that they came out with. There was this creepypasta mythical Pokemon game that someone found at a garage sale that when you started up, Professor Oak gave you a weird speech that wasn't as normal, but it was basically Pokemon Red. And then when you got to choose your starters, you had your 3 normal and then Ghost. And with the Ghost, your only move was Curse. And when you fought people, their Pokemon would not attack out of fear. And Curse would insta-kill anything. And then after you had fought them, you would then have the choice to either run away or use Curse again. Which at that point, the sprite for the person you were fighting would disappear until you got to Lavender Town and you found all the gravestones of everybody you killed. And just there is such a mythos around Lavender Town. This is such a fun talk about. There's so many things that go along with.
I want like a full-on like CGI Pokemon prequel that is all about this war. I want a Pokemon war movie. That sounds amazing.
Right.
I love
it. Fun.
Since this one, excuse me, since this one kind of involves music, I need to talk about this quick. So, this, like I said, this urban legend is, about the music. Masuda is the composer of the Pokemon series, the original Red and Green, and has been part of every mainline Pokemon game since. Now, Zach did mention there are 2 versions of this Lavender Town theme. It was changed when it was localized in the United States.
Is that right?
Yes. So originally it had some frequencies, that they had deemed perhaps troublesome. So they tone it down. Now, if you're listening to this podcast, I've decided I'm going to play the original theme first, and then somewhere in the middle it's going to split to the new theme. So you'll hear both in this podcast at some point. Anyway, in an interview,
are people going to kill themselves? Like I don't.
No. I'm going to explain.
Okay.
Because I'm both a music nerd and a medical person, so I'm going to explain.
Uniquely qualified.
So Masuda cites Igor Stravinsky in an interview as being a major influence. And if you know Stravinsky, you understand that you're in for some discordant, atonal stuff. Even at the time, that was considered an experimental. Some of it highly controversial at the turn of the 20th century. So Most people, if you're wondering about Stravinsky, most people might know The Rite of Spring, if anything, from Stravinsky. It plays during the dinosaur fight in Fantasia. Just throwing that out there. It might ring a bell. Anyway, so the reason why people find Lavender Town music so creepy is because it's atonal. Music that lacks a tonal center or key, or pieces written in chromatic scale. Now, chromatic scale is a scale that involves not just your main 8 octave notes, but it includes your sharps and your flats, right? When you have these sharps and flats, or when you don't have a tonal center or a key for a piece of music, it kind of bounces off the human brain in a way that can be unsettling for a lot of people. But it wouldn't cause more than a headache or perhaps some like minor anxiety. So there is like a reason why like this particular piece might bounce off and make you even possibly nauseous or unsettled. But, nothing like a seizure, nothing like, causing you to try to commit suicide or any of that business. But there is a minor, kind of hook there. Like, this type of like atonal discordant music can actually cause you to feel physically sick.
Can I like piggyback on that? Because I heard something. I heard something when I was researching this a little bit that I think kind of like goes into what you're saying too a little bit, and it's a term you probably are familiar with. But like, there's also like a nocebo effect, I think, to this. Like if you're reading in like these creepypastas or something that this music is going to make you feel sick or have a headache, then when you go listen to it, the nocebo, like the opposite of the placebo, is like going to negatively impact your brain. Like you're expecting to have a headache. And they've done studies on this too. Like you can have both of them. So even though it's not actually physically doing anything to you, just knowing that it's like the expectation is there that it's going to, make you feel bad. Like it will then make you feel bad. And then couple that with the fact that it does actually sound very weird. I think it kind of goes hand in hand, like making people feel like there's something actually to that. So interesting.
Cool stuff.
I love that.
Yeah.
So interesting.
I really liked one more thing on this, like when I went and watched some of these like internet documentaries on this, it's just so funny to see like them showing Pokemon footage like it's like a Netflix documentary on Jeffrey Dahmer or something. It's so hilarious. It's like,
it's all great. Black and white.
It's
already
so
black and white.
I love it, dude. I want to watch more of it. It's so fascinating.
It reminded me of it was one of the main GGD podcast episodes that we were both on, and where the question was posed of what is the scariest non-scary game you ever played?
I love that question. Yeah.
Yours was Minecraft.
Mine was Minecraft. I had one of this. Yeah, that story always stands out to me. Like very briefly, I never played Minecraft. It was like my first night, and I like fell into this like mine. But it didn't kill me, but like it was pitch black dark. Like I couldn't see anything, and I just heard like around me, and it was freaking me out. And then I lit up one of those torches, and I swear there was like 40 zombies and like creepers around me. It was a horror show, and it scared me so bad I had to like stop playing. I was like, this game is way scarier than I thought it was going to be. Especially back in the day.
All these kid-friendly games.
They've like updated it like a bunch where it doesn't. I don't think it quite has the feel like that it used to. But
I don't know. I hear my son screaming from across the house when he plays Minecraft all the time.
It can be scary. Survival mode is scary. All right. If Wes were here, he'd make us move on. So I'm going to channel Wes, and say we're going to leave the pure evil that is Pokemon behind to something a little more wholesome. At number 8. Number 8.
One day at midnight, the sun was so bright, the moon had no light, but I could see this big old Sasquatch. Said he was top-notch at playing hopscotch way up in a tree. So I bet my wristwatch that big old Sasquatch could He'd never play hopscotch way up in a tree. Now there's a Sasquatch up in a tree crotch. He's got my wristwatch and he's laughing at me.
It's Grand Theft Auto. Specifically Big Bigfoot in GTA San Andreas. Bob actually nominated this one, but I'm going to kick it off. I actually wanted to mention, I want to start getting in the habit of doing this, but Lavender Town was nominated by Ryan Stubbs. So thank you, Ryan, for nominating that one. Great choice, and thanks to people who voted for that. Bob nominated this one. I'm going to kind of just very briefly intro it, and then I'm probably going to try and kick it over to you. This is a great one. This one is one of those that kind of exists in that weird time period where there was just like social media was starting to bud up, and so it allowed this to spread like crazy. Grand Theft Auto was as big a franchise as could possibly be at the time. It still is, honestly. This is 2004. It's off the successes of GTA 3 and Vice City. San Andreas was arguably the most ambitious game ever made at the time. Still is in some ways. Massive open world. One of the first games in the series to really introduce like whole areas outside of the main city. It was like, this is not just a city sandbox. This is just like a whole state. And some of these areas included large like redwood forest. It's based off California. So there's mountains. You got Mount Chiliad. You got I forget like some of the names of the areas. I'll let you fill in on those if you have them, Bob. But, you got forested areas, and it's the type of place where you're up in the mountains in the forest, you might expect to run into Harry and the Hendersons or something. So, I don't know if anybody gets that reference, but school movie. All right, cool.
I got you.
You're good now.
Don't worry.
Good company.
So, the rumor about Bigfoot, apparently, from what I was reading, started with, I think there's like reference to somebody who had the nickname Bigfoot, who was like in a thanks to in like the manuals, like kind of like a credit section or something. And like a lot of games, especially Rockstar games, like they were always filled to the brim with like weird things to find, little Easter eggs. Like, so the thought that like Bigfoot could be in the game really wasn't surprising to anybody. Like, I think once that rumor started to spread, people were just like, oh yeah, Bigfoot's in there somewhere, we just go find him. So the rumors kind of started to spread from there. I'm gonna honestly stop here. I'm gonna see if Bob wants to chime in. I have a few other things I'd probably say, but since you nominated it, I kind of want to hear your take on this urban legend of Bigfoot in San Andreas.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember that, especially on the PS2, there weren't a lot of open world games. They were genuinely, you could count them on one hand, maybe, for PS2. So the idea of you could go anywhere, it's a full city, full forests, full mountains, full lakes, full all this, was enough to just keep everyone on their toes. Because those games are so packed with fun Easter eggs and secrets and all that. And it's exactly what you said. If you go through the credits of a Rockstar game, or the instruction manual on a Rockstar game, it has everyone under the sun listed, especially under the special thanks. So just the one word Bigfoot, and I think maybe this is like Mandela effect here, but I want to say there's some sort of NPC that also mentions something about like, oh, there's something in the woods.
You're right, yeah.
And those two things combined were just enough for people to start going. It
doesn't take much.
It didn't take much.
Yeah.
To just start going wild, saying like, "There's everything in this game. You can do anything in this game." Yeah. The classic like graphics can't get better than this. This is the peak, like PS2 GTA. Everyone going, "Well, this is the biggest open world game you could possibly ever have. It can't get bigger than this." And people were convinced that there was a Bigfoot in this game, to the point where I don't believe there was in San Andreas, but in 4, they ended up putting Bigfoot in the game, or a guy in a Bigfoot suit, but you originally saw him as Bigfoot.
I think there was
the gimmick.
there was in 5 as well, and it was something that's been brought up previously on this show is when we did our DLC episode and talked about Undead Nightmare. There's Sasquatches in Undead Nightmare, and there's actually a really cool trophy that pops in Undead Nightmare where when you kill one of the Sasquatches, the trophy is called 6 Years in the Making, and Undead Nightmare came out in 2010. San Andreas came out in 2004. It's an obvious nod that it was like they like put it in there.
Give
like
that man a raise.
And the thing about the Bigfoot one, which is it's kind of interesting to me, because like I was studying in school, like I was a studio or a major, I was doing graphic design stuff, I was learning Photoshop, right? And so what really made this like rumor go absolutely apeshit, no pun intended, was people started to like take images and just Photoshop Bigfoot into it. It's almost like the way that the Bigfoot urban legend on its own started with like maybe some dude dressed up like in a suit in the woods. It was like we'll just put him in there, just put that out on the internet. Like, you know, social media has just started. There was like YouTubers who were like hunting. I mean, it's like right when YouTube came out, like the first ones like chasing clout were like we're hunting Bigfoot, and so like those people maybe also were modders, and they like started to kind of mod Bigfoot in there, but they didn't tell people they were modding it in there. There was a mod that came out. It was literally called, like the mod itself was called something like "Make Bigfoot Appear More Regularly." Right? Was like the name of the mod, but the mod just put Bigfoot in the game. It was just like very like it was conniving like that.
That's cheating.
So if you had like the vanilla game and you saw this stuff, you're like, I gotta find him. So you're just like wandering around the woods, like trying to find this thing that just flat out didn't exist. And this was one of those. It just did not exist. It just wasn't there. There was all kinds of weird stuff. There was like weird textures that looked like giant footprints. That like you could like if you got high enough with like the jetpack, you could kind of see the outline of like a footprint. There was a part of the map, I forget the name of that area, but they're like one of the areas actually kind of looks like it's like the shape of a foot.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
That's right.
So
yeah, I don't remember either.
It's like the perfect storm to create a frenzy here, you know.
Right. So Back or Beyond was the name of that area. Back or Beyond was the name of the area that looked like a foot. And so there were like all kinds of like people would like say they saw like one on Mount Chiliad. They'd say they saw one over by like the Shady Cabin, and you know.
And again, that game was big enough that it was plausible that like you could explore the woods for an hour and just never see it if it was in there.
Yeah,
that's what I love about it. That carrot on a stick.
They
just
do, yeah.
enough to keep people on the hook.
Yeah, they weren't going to deny it. I mean, people were jumping in there to play all the time, you know. And then there's like a really fun mission in GTA 5 where you can like you're like doing like a sniper where you have like a what you call it, like it's like a scope with infrared, and like so if you like kind of scroll around, like you're trying to like shoot people from a helicopter, but if you scroll around you can actually find Bigfoot running around in the scope. It's really cool little nod. So
love that. I love when a rumor when something starts as a rumor and becomes true in subsequent games. Like
it's so
like
big,
Midway is famous for that, and Rockstar is really good for that too. I adore that. That's just like fan service out the wazoo. Like here, just have it.
Yeah, and spoiler alert, this one didn't make the list, but that's a perfect example of one of the ones I loved growing up. Was the rumor that spread around my school like crazy, which was that Sub-Zero had a polar bear. I've talked about this a couple of times. Polar bear fatality, and in Mortal Kombat 2, and he just absolutely didn't. But it became such a crazy big rumor that they just had to make one. I think that's where all animalities came from in Mortal Kombat 3, was because they're like, well, let's just make animals out of all of them. And not make Scorpion a scorpion, which is so funny.
I was about to mention that. Like, you have the easiest layup in the world.
Yeah.
And Scorpion's not even in Original 3. He's an Ultimate 3. But they gave Scorpion, I think, to like Nightwolf or something. And it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it was
what are you
something really
doing,
weird.
Midway?
It was something really weird. All right, well, I think we've exhausted the Bigfoot rumor. That's obviously a really fun one, and we're going to keep this moving along. We're going to move away from peaceful monsters that we brutally slaughter to more peaceful monsters that we brutally slaughter. At number 7. number 7. We've got the 17th Colossus, Shadow of Colossus. This was nominated by Dan Gieselin. Thank you, Dan. Zach, where the fuck's the 17th Colossus, man?
It's a great question. It's at the point of intersecting. It's at the intersecting points. Is where it is. Yeah. We'll get to that in a minute. So, just to start off, this has become a running theme. I always get Shadow of the Colossus. Mm-hmm. So let's get to it. So this is the story of avid gamers wanting more, and in the best possible way, and really giving it their all to find what they wanted to find. This all starts with the fact that in Shadow of the Colossus, after you've gone through enough New Game Pluses and you continue to beat all the Colossi and you continue to get stronger, you gain the ability to climb your way up to a secret garden, which you're able to see in the final moments of Shadow of the Colossus. This sparked the idea within some people that then became known as the Secret Seekers, that there is more in this game that we haven't found. If they left this here for us, we got to be able to find more. With this, they started looking at, like, what can we find? Where is there interesting things for us to look at? And it culminated in one poster by the name of Ascadia, who put out almost an entire manifesto about this theory of intersecting points, which really dove into looking at specific it's towers within the game that, if you look at from above, have this view that looks like glyphs that you see throughout the game, and that there is an intersecting point between all of them that leads you to a secret hidden item within the game, or secret hidden colossi within the game. Just something there that is not right on the surface.
Isn't that part of, like, the opening to the game is, like, they talk about the point of intersection, or intersecting points in the opening? Yes,
they absolutely do. They bring it up right in the opening, so you're like, oh, this is 100% got to be it. So this starts the entire movement to find it. A lot of it came down to that the theory of intersection points pointed all the players to the lair of the 11th Colossus, or Celosia, which is the only Colossus that you don't beat a normal way. You actually use a torch to beat this one, because there's also a giant door at this specific Colossus's arena that you can't open. There's no way to get to it. So people are like, this has got to be where this last secret is hidden. They spent so much time looking on this that they culminated in 559 pages on a PS2 community thread for Shadow of the Colossus. Wow. They tried anything and everything to try and find this. They had naysayers throughout the entire thing saying, hey, you're not going to find this. There's nothing there. And they just kept going. They believed. They continued to see that there has got to be something here. It sort of came to a standstill at some point because they kept trying to find new things and weren't finding anything interesting or anything that was really relevant. And then I cannot remember the name of this person, but someone posted on the thread with videos of them emulating the game and being able to go places that no one was able to go before. And with this, they learned that there was no big secret. There was nothing else there. But what they got was almost better. They actually got to see everything in the game. That went from a religion of trying to find the secret and believing that there is one to wanting the knowledge of this amazing game that they have spent so much time to really dive into and become attached to, and is one of their, I would have to assume all of these people have is probably their favorite game with the amount of time they spent on this. And with that, I can't remember that, but I know another person who ended up meeting up with this same person who posted these clips of them being able to clip through walls and get to places that they normally couldn't get, was someone by the name of Nomad Colossus, who started to really go on this exploration and to find all these things. They found a hidden dam in the game that wasn't used. It was completely fleshed out. They found anything and everything that, like, they really mapped out the entire game. And the most important thing about that is that we probably would have not gotten the Blue Point remake that we did without the contributions of these two, and specifically I think Nomad Colossus, because they actually thank him in the credits for the Blue Point version.
It's so cool.
And it really is a heartwarming story of people coming behind a game that they love and just not finding what they originally were looking for, but I think making friends and finding even better stuff along the way. And Blue Point didn't leave them disappointed either. Yeah. There was a secret that they added in known as the what was it? The something 79 enlightenment, or the path of steps of enlightenment, 79 steps of enlightenment. I think I'm butchering that. What was the name of it? 79 steps to enlightenment. Sorry, that was it. Which was this very rare thing where you'd randomly hear wind chimes in the game, and you'd follow the wind chimes and you'd gather coins, and once you gathered all of them, would lead you to a secret room, which was, I think, just a big thank you to everybody in this community that had worked to try and uncover something and to give them that final secret that they had all been looking for. Maybe not as good as an extra Colossi to fight, but still an amazing, amazing journey for them all, and a great culmination. And props to Blue Point for really paying attention to the community on this.
Blue Point, dude. They are so good.
Yeah. I love that they added that again in the exact same Sub-Zero polar bear fatality way. Like they took the time to add something that is so genuine and true to the core spirit of the original game. Just this boundless exploration. Like, you see a vine there? Yeah, you can climb it. You see that bridge in the opening cinematic? If you have 20 minutes, you can get up there and like you can walk across it and get to where you first entered this land. There's nothing there for you, but you can. And I love that you can. And in that Blue Point remake, like, they added those little coins everywhere. I think I found like 2 in my real playthrough of it, and I didn't think twice about it. I was like, oh, weird. And if I remember right, it opens a door that gives you the sword from Ico or Eco. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. Their previous
That's a discussion.
game.
That's another discussion.
That's a whole other topic. Actually, Jacob Geller, amazing YouTube essayist, has a phenomenal video on this exact topic that I super, super highly recommend, called The Decades-Long Quest for Shadow of the Colossus' Last Secret. It's about a half an hour, if I remember right, and it is absolutely fascinating. Front to back, it covers like the journey through the original game and the Blue Point remake, and just like, rewarding them for their hard work in this passion project. It's such a great story. I love this so much. And that game is so beautiful. Like, it deserves that extra layer of gilding that it gets. I love it.
I think, Zach, you said it pretty perfectly. Like, where it's just like when you have a masterpiece on your hands like that, and people just don't want to get out of it. They don't want it to end, and they just find people who are like-minded just to keep that experience going. And it wasn't fruitless. No. It's so cool. That's such a good one. All right. Thank you, Dan, for including that one. great picks. We always love to talk about Shadow of Colossus. We are going to move on because it's time to take out the trash. At number 6. Number 6.
About a dozen truckloads of computer equipment from Atari's El Paso, Texas plant has been dumped at the Alamogordo landfill. The equipment primarily includes E.T., Pac-Man, and Ms. Pac-Man video games, some consoles, and high-priced personal computers. Not only is the equipment dumped, it's being crushed to make sure none of it is usable. The big question, of course, is why? Why destroy the equipment instead of salvaging it or giving it to schools? An Atari spokesman told Action News today the equipment being dumped was returned to the company because it was defective.
It's the Atari landfill. Brad, you nominated this one. Why did you nominate this one?
Did. Because it's awesome and it's interesting. That's why. Let me explain. Okay, so it's when it's my segment, it's a history lesson.
History time.
So to understand why the Atari landfill exists, spoiler is it does exist. You need to understand a little history about the games industry, specifically the video game crash of 1983. And the development of the E.T. licensed game for Atari 2600, and perhaps the legendarily bad port of Pac-Man for the 2600.
I owned it. It's rough.
It's awful.
Pac-Man doesn't even turn. He's just always facing right.
And I'm going to explain why. In the late 70s and early 80s, store shelves are littered with poorly made games. A ton of confusing options as far as consoles are concerned. Arcades, although popular, didn't enjoy a great reputation. They kind of got sucked into that whole like D&D and Satanic Panic, and these places were dingy, poorly lit places where you could sell drugs and drink at a young age. And anyway, they didn't enjoy the reputation, and perhaps fittingly so, whatever. That's a topic for debate. But Atari failed to copyright anything and didn't think to require any kind of licensure to publish software on their platform. So this is why we've got a ton of. I mean, you could send in UPCs off of your pet food to Purina and get the Chuck Wagon game for 2600. Like, this isn't actually an awful game, but this is what I'm saying. Like, there was absolutely no barrier to entry on making software for the Atari 2600. Any asshole in his basement could put out an Atari game. So anyway, this leads to confusion and of course skepticism in the market. Like, if there's so many of these things and so many of them are bad, there was just no quality control here. Store floors are littered with bargain bins, shovelware as far as the eye could see. Stores are just trying to recoup loss on this inventory. Things were just kind of crashing in the home market. So there was no way to kind of vet like a video game besides like word of mouth at the time. So you just kind of bought a game and crossed your fingers that it was any good. Side note, this is why Nintendo came around and sold their games with the Power Pack and with Rob the Robot. This is how they sold their units to Toys R Us. Video games were not considered a good investment, so they said, this is a toy. See, it comes with a robot, it comes with a power pad. This isn't a video game, this is a toy. This is also why you see the Nintendo seal of quality on all the games. You needed a license to publish on Nintendo, and if Nintendo gave it the thumbs up, you could pretty much trust that you were getting a decent product. Anyway, that's a total sidebar. I won't go too deep into that. All of this led to what they call the North American video game crash of 1983 in the games industry. No other games in history are blamed for the crash quite like Pac-Man for the Atari 2600 and the E.T. game. So in 1980, the country was wrapped in Pac-Man fever. We've talked about this on our Ms. Pac-Man episode. There's t-shirts, there's a song, disco song, it's everywhere. bed sheets, you name it. The country is wrapped in Pac-Man fever. So when Atari acquires the license to port Pac-Man onto the 2600 VCS, at the time, there were 10 million Atari 2600 consoles in the field, North America. With this in mind, Atari decides to produce 12 million copies of Pac-Man, assuming that everyone who owns a 2600 is going to want a port of Pac-Man, and that they'll likely to sell at least 2 million more VCS consoles. And all of those people are going to want a copy of Pac-Man as well.
So maybe I'll buy two for my home just in case one breaks down.
So they're loaded with inventory on this thing. Todd Fry at Atari was tasked with making the 2600 port of Pac-Man, and when Fry showed the brass at Atari a beta build of what he had for the game in late '81, to avoid missing the upcoming holiday season, Atari just publishes the basic bare bones version of this game that he had been working on. And as Bob said, if anyone's played the 2600 version of Pac-Man, it's just crap. Anyway, consumers
the sound effects are jarringly bad, by the way.
There's no
so
music.
bad.
The animations are totally creepy, so the consumers just backlash. They're upset. Everyone wants a fucking refund on this thing. At the time, 7 million of the 12 million produced had been sold, and some untold percent of that were customers banging at the door looking for a refund. So Todd Fry was given a royalty on every cartridge sold. So as far as he was concerned, this was a massive success. and the work was well done, but Atari was left to pick up the pieces there and to form a loss of about 5 million cartridges produced, and having to respond to the demand for the customer's refund. So, the next disaster in the games industry would come in the form of the 2600 licensed game for the blockbuster E.T. movie. So, in June of '82, the movie comes out to massive fanfare. Of course, everyone knows E.T. Record-setting box numbers. Obviously, Atari wants a piece of this action. So they soon paid for the license to produce an E.T. video game based on the movie. Stephen Ross, head of communication at Warner Entertainment, who owned Atari at the time, taps Ray Kassar, CEO of Atari, to produce the game, tasking him again with producing a game for the approaching holiday season, right? So we're already in a rush here. I'll quote Kassar. He says, "We had literally 6 weeks to produce a brand new game, manufacture it, package it, and market it. It was a disaster."
So
the
crazy.
programmers hated it. Nobody liked the game. So for those in the know, the disaster it truly was. And 5 million copies of E.T. for 2600 were produced, and a massive percentage ended up just sitting at warehouses in Atari. So we're getting there. I'm sorry. With these back-to-back disasters and warehouses loaded with millions of rejected cartridges on their hands between Pac-Man and E.T., Atari decides to dump them in a New Mexico landfill, steamroll them, and cover them in concrete.
And not tell anybody.
To kind of, fend off the looters who might come there and try to steal these basically worthless video games. New Mexico has laws against looting landfills, and the site was right over the Texas-New Mexico border. Most of this stuff came from their El Paso warehouse. But that didn't really work out for Atari, as looters did begin to dig through the site. Anyway, so for this reason, Atari decided to come out with what they had done in statements to the media to avoid speculation on the subject, which deepened the stigma about video games as a whole. So now you've got this national story, about how Atari mysteriously dumps these games in a New Mexico landfill and covers them in cement. So it's what the hell is going on here? At the time, Atari was at a loss for over $500 million in 1983 money. So the story's covered by the media. Atari makes the statement of why they made the decision. Somehow after this story passes into legend, even though the story had been covered and acknowledged at why. So decades later, on April 26th of 2014, the site in Alamodora, New Mexico, was excavated for all to see. ending decades of needless speculation as to whether or not the site actually existed, despite employees of Atari acknowledging its existence both at the time and through the decades. Old Atari hardware, consoles, joysticks, game cartridges, all unearthed, including copies of, obviously, Pac-Man and E.T., all originating from that warehouse in El Paso, which is about an hour and a half from the site, I guess. Shortly thereafter, unfortunately, they started closing down. That site in El Paso was closed, its employees laid off, and production moved to Taiwan. The excavation was funded, and a documentary film team at Fuel Entertainment and Microsoft formed this documentary called Atari Game Over, chronicling the history and excavation of the site. You can check it out on YouTube. It's totally free. There's also a great video produced by Norm, the gaming historian, you can watch on YouTube, which is where I got a bulk of this information anyway. Norm's just the best. So anyway, since the story has passed in the video game lore and has been kind of covered by countless video game news sites, and Polygon, Kotaku's got stories about this thing, as well as inspiring a slew of videos on YouTube. Like I said, most famously, the aforementioned Norm the Gaming Historian, Pat the NES Punk has touched it. There's an episode of AVGN about it. In fact, a parody of the Atari landfill situation and the legendarily awful E.T. game for 2600 is kind of at the heart of the AVGN movie, produced the same year in 2014 to kind of mixed reviews. But anyway, that's about it. I know I'm long-winded. I'm sorry, everyone. But does anyone have any thoughts about Atari Landfill?
I definitely do. I mean, this was one of those... First off, I love the history.
Yeah,
lesson. I didn't know half those things.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I knew roughly what it was, but man... this was one that I remember reading gaming magazines of the 90s, which I was famously big on, like Nintendo Power, Game Informer. I loved reading those things.
So
absolutely. I still love reading Game Informer.
EGM.
Yeah. Oh, I loved it. That's how I got so much news and information at the time. And in the mid to late 90s, like that was like a running joke about the Atari landfill. But as a kid who didn't, I had a 2600 growing up just from like a garage sale, but I didn't live through this whole gaming crash and all that. When you read that or read jokes or references to it, it sounds so exaggerated. I was like, in my kid brain, I was like, oh, Atari landfill. What a fun joke that's where they threw all the old Atari cartridges that didn't sell. Ha ha ha. Not realizing for years later that this was genuinely true until like people excavated it out, and you can see the cartridge with like concrete dripping off the side, like dried concrete. It's unreal that they got to that point. It really makes you think that like, yeah, it was like a fad for a couple years, and then it totally bombed, and then Nintendo just brought it back from the dead.
I said it on the show before, like, if you enjoy video games, like, you should thank Nintendo for making them financially viable in this country again, because games were toast in 83. Like, no one wanted to touch them, no retailers wanted them, like, it was just considered like a fad, like, just like you said, man.
So if you haven't, you should do yourself a favor too and go watch like some of the footage. I know like IGN was there. I forget who was there covering.
Oh, there's a ton of it playing right now in the video.
Oh, okay. There's like great.
I have so much material.
Like you would have thought these nerds found like King Tut's tomb. Like they're so excited to be digging up this trash out of the ground and be like, oh my god, it's Defender and there's Pac-Man and E.T. and like old console. I mean, they are giddy that this like, because like Bob said,
it was a party, man.
People like for most of their like lives, like growing up, were just, it was just so fascinating to even think about this being true, but also it's just kind of funny, you know, because it was like such trash games, like they're like, they buried them all, but it was always just a joke. But then it wasn't. It was like dope. Like people were so happy. So we'll put the footage down there, but definitely go watch it too, because they're like reporting on it like they just broke the biggest story on the planet at the time.
I've got some good footage for you, Hunter.
Oh, nice. Thanks, dude.
I don't want to give you extra editing work, but if you could include a couple sound effects from that Pac-Man game, I can't tell you how jarring it sounds just eating the dots. Like, the thing you do in Pac-Man is so abrasive to your ears.
I didn't even realize that. And it didn't turn, like, so, like, what, you like a Zoolander Pac-Man? Like, it only turned right? Like, it didn't turn left?
He never turned. Like, if you were going up, he would still go like this. If you were going left, he was still going like this.
No
like,
blue steel.
Never.
No blue steel.
And Hunter, picture Pac-Man as a circle, like, with the pizza piece missing, and it kind of eats like this. This thing actually has, like, a mouth. Like, it's like
a beak, almost.
Oh my god, I'm excited.
It was so polygonal.
We had it in Atari, but I don't think I just wore out Frogger on our Atari. I didn't play much of anything else.
River Raid,
Pitfall Boy. Yeah, Yar's Revenge. Love Yar's Revenge.
Some good games. So we never had either of those. Thankfully, I guess it would have maybe ruined my hobby from a young age.
Well, everyone returned them because they suck.
Well, thank you, Brad, for that history lesson. I hope you get tenure as a video game professor one day. But we're gonna move into the top 5. At number 5. Number 5. L is Real, Mario 64. This one was nominated by Kevin, aka Tongue Surgery. Thank you for the nomination. I know what you're thinking. We've entered the top 5, and we haven't heard from Bob. You're like, what about Bob? Why hasn't Bob been introing any games? And joke's on you, because we've just been saving him for the cream at the top. You're about to hear a lot of Bob in the top 5. So
you're gonna get sick of this voice.
Oh, no way, dude. No way. I listen to you for 4 hours at a time sometimes, and I love it. You have a great voice for this. So anyway,
Sure did.
Tell us, Bob. Is L real? It's L.
Well, I don't want to spoil anything here, but let's take a trip back. 1990. Oh, math again. 1996.
Sounds right.
1996. Mario 64. Super Mario 64. Groundbreaking game for the Nintendo 64. As close as I wouldn't call that game an open world, but it had that open hub world where you could explore the castle and the castle grounds, and of course it had that classic secret of finding Yoshi on the roof and all this kind of stuff that actually, certainly was real in the game, and it felt like you could do just about anything in that game. And in one of the sections in the castle courtyard, there was a little fountain with a star statue on it. And again, Nintendo 64, it's super advanced for the time, of course, but still using some pretty rough textures by today's standards. This game had many different signs and toads that you can talk to, and obviously they would pop up with the text that they said, but there was nothing readable in the world, really. But on this star statue in the fountain there, it had a texture that you couldn't read. Maybe because you were swimming, maybe just because they didn't want you to do anything with it. But it really stood out because it was one of the few, pieces of text that you couldn't just go up to and press A and actually read. And the rumor for the longest time was that the texture that was on it vaguely looked like L is real. And specifically, L is real 2401. And if you look at it, you kind of squint and you have an open mind, it does look like L is real. And in a game where, the flagship Mario game for N64, to have Mario in it, to have Peach in it, to have Toad in it, Do you even have a secret Yoshi? You're missing one key character there. I think people were trying to put the pieces together and go, where's our boy Luigi? Where's our big green boy? Where's that wobbly idiot jump that he has? He's got to come around sooner or later. So people were putting this together, basically saying, this is their hint. This is the developer hint that somewhere in this castle, in the exact same way we're talking about the Colossus or San Andreas, like, this castle's just too big to explore. There's gotta be some secret with Luigi. Maybe 2401 is how many coins you have to collect all around the castle, and then Luigi will come popping out. Or maybe I have to find some secret painting somewhere, or some wall that you can jump through, because there were those levels in the game where you just jumped through a wall and it brought you to a level. There was enough credence to this that it seemed like he was really in it. And they looked, and oh, did they look. No such luck. No Luigi, no nothing. And of course, Luigi's Mansion came on GameCube after that with very little Mario, so it only seemed fair. But to me, the real cherry on top here is the year 2020. We remember it fondly. No one does, I don't think. But the year 2020... if you recall, there was something called the Giga Leak that came out online. It was basically this massive dump of files from Nintendo's history, leaking out some upcoming games, some canceled projects, some files for old games that came out in the past. And in 2020, so many years later, in this Giga Leak, they did find they had made, textured, and developed a full-on Luigi character model for Mario 64. I think even in the documentation it hinted that they wanted it to be a 2-player game, and that was just way beyond the scope of what they wanted to do, and so it was scrapped. And if I can put on my tinfoil hat for just a second, L is real, 2401. The Giga Leak happened 24 years and 1 month after Mario 64 came out. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, that's so crazy.
Luigi himself leaked it.
Dude, that's...
I'll leave that up to you, dear viewer.
God, that's so good. Goosebumps again. I mean, yeah, and somebody went in and put the pieces back together, right? And basically... I think it's really cool because there are versions of the game now that they have put Luigi back into it. They've taken the chunks from the original beta versions of the game, using only that, nothing modded, just from what was already available to actually recreate what Luigi would have looked like in that game. And
so cool.
That is like a fantastic urban legend that, again, like kind of like really did turn out to be true. I mean, L was in a lot of ways was real and just kind of got cut at the end. But
he could have been up on the roof with Yoshi. He could have given you those extra lives he didn't need. I mean, why not?
Sure. That's a fantastic one. And I had read too that there was like a version of the Japanese strategy guide that actually talked a little bit about, like, even from back in 1996, about Luigi being cut out of the game, but it was only in like the Japanese version of it, so a little bit lost to time. But yeah, super cool. Anybody else have anything they want to add to this one? I think there's not a lot of like really meat on it, other than just it turning out to be like this fun thing that like really did have a meaning. And I think somebody actually did confirm at some point that it did actually say that they were putting L as real on there. Like some developer of the game, it might have been some kind of like internet rumor I read, but I remember reading.
Oh, it's an urban legend.
Right. And that
nobody knows.
Like that was like kind of their nod to it in a way, but who knows? Cool.
I know in my research of it, I found some old Reddit post that was like, I asked a Nintendo game counselor this in 1999 or something.
Yeah.
And they sent back like the letter that they responded with and was
I've
like,
seen that letter.
Yeah, L is not real.
Wow.
And
like, no.
he's not in there. Thanks for playing our games. Like it didn't cover any CEO or whatever, but like
extra editing. Cool. We're putting that letter. I've seen that letter online. We're gonna put some version of that down here so you can see it.
Nintendo seal of quality on it. I can tell you that.
All right. Thank you so much, Bob. That was
great job, Bob.
Such a fun one there. All right, we're going to move on from something that was originally intended to be in a game but wasn't to something that was not intended to be in a game but was. So at number 4. Number 4. It's MissingNo from Pokemon Red and Blue. More Pokemon. I guess Pokemon kind of breeds urban legends. Again, no pun intended there. Brad? Did I mention? Sorry, I have like a weird brain. Holden Hintz was the one who nominated this one. Thank you, Holden. I love him.
Thank you.
This is one of my absolute favorites. I love this one.
We are going to let you Pokemon fans dive into this. I do not know anything about it, but we're going to let Brad kick it off. Why don't you tell us what's going on with this freak?
We'll do buckle up. Things are about to get very nerdy. Okay? Because it's me. Missing, for just a brief, for the uninitiated here, MissingNo or Missing Number is a reference to a glitched Pokemon appearing in Gen 1 Pokemon games, Red, Blue, and Yellow. A ton of games, especially from this area, are known for having glitches as prior to online connectivity of consoles. There's no way to patch a glitch in a game. So perhaps no glitch from this era of video gaming is more famous and discussed than the MissingNo glitch in Gen 1 Pokemon. So I'll explain how to elicit this glitch. Before I begin, I'd be wrong not to cite a very in-depth and well-executed YouTube video from a creator named Scrumpy. Most of this information comes directly from him. So I'll have Hunter place this video in the description depth. He deserves credit for this big time. So here you go. In Viridian City, which is the first kind of big town you run into in the Gen 1 Pokemon games, you talk to a man, an old man specifically, who initiates a catching Pokemon tutorial where he teaches you, for the first time how to catch Pokemon. So, after this encounter, you immediately fly to Cinnabar Island and start surfing the Pokemon along the eastern shore of the island. And you should encounter the glitched Pokemon known as MissingNo. Here's how it works. So the old man in Viridian has a scripted encounter with a Weedle. Right now, this isn't like a pre-rendered cutscene, but it is, it is a scripted encounter. So what happens in this, since this isn't like a pre-render, this is before pre-render, the game needs to swap in the old man's name where the player's name would go. What they do is they swap the trainer name into another area in RAM, and they place the name Old Man for the trainer name in the same location that it stores your trainer name normally. But the game because the game needs to display Old Man instead of your name. So in order to do this, the game moves the trainer name to secondary address in memory, which so happens to be the same location that the game uses to store wild Pokemon encounter data. That it temporarily changes your player name to Old Man. After the Old Man battle, your name is restored back to the memory address where it belongs. But the game fails to restore the wild Pokemon data that it overwrote in the process. Now, normally, and whenever you arrive in an area that has wild Pokemon in it, the game replaces that table with whatever Pokemon in the area you have the potential to encounter. So normally after this training, you would go north into the bug forest, and it would immediately replace this data with that of all the different Pokemon that you can catch in that area. But instead, we're flying to Cinnabar Island. Cinnabar Island is not a place where you can catch wild Pokemon. It's a town, right? So nothing gets replaced in the RAM. It still is containing the data for your whatever Pokemon whatever you named your trainer is still sitting in the place where the game is trying to load the wild Pokemon data table from. So anyway, once you begin to surf on the water on the east coast of Cinnabar Island, a Pokemon encounter becomes a possibility. So each traversable tile in Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow is split into 4 subtiles, right? So for whatever reason, the program has decided that the lower left tile is the one that's going to determine whether or not you can encounter a Pokemon. So when you're surfing the coast of the east coast of Cinnabar, the right 2 tiles are water tiles, and then the left 2 are earth tiles. But those tiles are normally, in a town, you wouldn't be able to encounter a wild Pokemon. But in this specific instance, a encounter with a wild Pokemon becomes like a very low possibility, but it's still there. So, once you're surfing up and down, you go into an encounter. The game tries to grab, a random Pokemon from the table, and what it does is it's now left to interpret your trainer name as a wild Pokemon, right? So once it does this, every symbol, every texture, every pattern, every letter and number is all broken down into a hexadecimal number, right? So the game is looking for a hexadecimal value that decides what Pokemon you're going to encounter. So that works, that works by, I'll break that down quick. The ID of the Pokemon. So, God, I don't want to get too crazy. The ID of the Pokemon is determined by the second number in the set, right? A hexadecimal 2-digit, or I should say 2-character letter and number, or number and number combination, and then the third byte is used to determine, the second byte is used to determine what level the Pokemon is going to be. The third one is used to determine what Pokemon is going to be from the table. Normally, this data table is 18 bytes long. Depending on how long your trainer name is, it's going to run out of information, right? So if it's looking deeper than your little 5 or 6 character Pokemon name, it's got no number to pull from, hence missing number, right? So what you end up with is 1 of 5 potential MissingNo, right? So this is a Pokemon that, depending on what your trainer name, can have completely different stats or a completely different look. So anyway, depending on what hexadecimal, address your specific name gives, you can get a random Pokemon too. So if your trainer name contains a hexadecimal code that is within remember, hexadecimal, you've got 256 possibilities, but you've only got 151 Pokemon to pull from. So you've got, 105 potential missing numbers there, right? So this can produce anything from the glitched MissingNo to any of the 151, depending on the symbols in your name break down to in hexadecimal. So at this point, the possibilities
gone there.
Yep.
Bingo.
Like that was me too. I think that was a common one, though.
Right. So at this point, you're left with this glitch where you can essentially, if you're smart enough, and if you can break down your trainer name into hexadecimal and figure out, what Pokemon corresponds to those hexadecimal, again, in the 2nd, 4th, and 6th slot for level, and the 3rd, 5th, and 7th character determines what Pokemon. So you could easily encounter a level 130 Pokemon, which is well beyond the level cap. So, and as a side bonus, this glitch can also be used to not only encounter MissingNo or any Pokemon you can figure out how to program it to do based on your trainer name. It also can be exploited to increase the value of the number of items carried in the 6th position in your bag to 128.
That's just the nerdiest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yes.
So the reason
we used it all the time.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Get like
I know
I've never used this, which is right, exactly. So the reason this, of course, is related to memory values. In memory, each Pokemon has a value that tells the game for the Pokédex, whether or not you've encountered it, whether or not you've caught it. So for MissingNo and the Pokemon M, which I'm not going to mention here because that's a whole nother ball of wax related to this thing. I'm not going to waste any more of your time. So, these are things they never kind of anticipated you encountering. So this information is coincidentally stored in the same address that the quantity value for the item in the 6th item slot in your bag is also stored. So the value is overwritten at 128 whenever a Pokemon is encountered. So as you can imagine, farming Pokemon with this glitch and storing rare candies in your 6th inventory slot completely breaks Gen 1 Pokemon.
Put the Master Ball there, which has 100% success rate.
Yeah.
Boom. You got 128 Master Balls.
Anyway, there's more. I cited that YouTube video. If you want to get super down and dirty with this topic, head to Scrumpy's YouTube video. It'll be linked here.
Felt pretty down and dirty to me there. You got the weeds, dude. That was very weedy.
We could get even crazier, but I've never actually used this before, even though Gen 1 Pokemon's my absolute favorite. I'm certain the two of you have, so let's hear it. What did you create? I need to hear this.
I want to hear Bob too, but I feel like with a lot of this list, I don't feel like I had a ton of like video game mythos or random things that popped up in my life. This is absolutely one of them. That is a kid in the lunchroom when I was 8 years old. We were all sitting around, so I was like, yo, did you find that fucking that missing Pokemon that was on the list? And I was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, there's a missing Pokemon? It's like, yeah, it says MissingNo. I was like, show me this. Brought my Game Boy the next day, showed me how to get it. I was like, what the heck is that? And then come back 3 days later, and it's like, oh yeah, by the way, I figured out when you do that, you get 120, or just you get extra of whatever's in that 6th slot. So yeah, 100% broke the game for me, but just, it was one of those ones that I actually experienced in real life. This is pre-internet too, so it was just a huge, fun, event that is, I feel like anyone who was in that generation of Pokemon when you were playing as a kid, it just blew you away. And I bet it's the same for you, Bob.
Oh, 1,000%. It was the exact same thing. You were out on recess or in the lunchroom, and people were like, you know how to get, infinite Master Balls? Because after you got 99 of something in the game, it would just be weird hex character, glitch number, and then glitch number. And then as soon as you used one, it would just tick down to another glitch number of just 2 random characters that were in the game. Probably Psyduck's left leg and the number 8 or whatever.
I think it all corresponds to hexadecimal code. Where that's stored, yeah.
So learning this as a kid and having someone show you how to do it, and now you can get infinite of whatever item you want. You can catch Pokemon you couldn't get before, and you could get Pokemon that didn't even exist in MissingNo, and just these random jarbled combinations of sprites that didn't make any logical sense or looked like half Kangaskhan, half Dratini, quarter glitch. And what was funny is not only did they break the level cap, some of them also were types that didn't exist in Pokemon.
Yep.
There was a bird type instead of flying in like a beta version, and the only way you could see that as a type in the game, it was fully cut, but MissingNo could be bird type, which doesn't exist in the game, but if you go to like status MissingNo, it'll show up that way. Which again broke my brain as an elementary school's kid.
It still breaks my brain. And I do some of this stuff. Like when I look at this and I look into it, it's so fascinating because like one of the reasons why this exists is because like when people are programming and they're coding this stuff, it's just so much easier to go put 000 as the values of ones that aren't going to get into the game instead of going and deleting all that code and maybe messing something up. So you just put zeros in that value, and then the zeros is like what it's using to, or the numbers there, like like either dex numbers or what Pokemon ID or whatever numbers it's using for that also are used to like handle the decompression of the sprites, which is why you get those weird shapes, because like the way that that's written and like where the pixel placements are for that, and it's like breaking it apart. And I love this part of it. Like one of the reasons why it affects other data so much is because it doesn't know how to decompress that. And so what happens is the reason why it has that crazy like weird L-shaped glitchy look MissingNo is because it's copying it there because it doesn't know where to put it. And then it also is just bleeding that data into the other game data, which is why that affects data. It's like, for me, like I deal with a lot of integration stuff. So like if you have like a flat file, like it's either like comma delimited or like tab delimited, like you know if a comma gets in like the wrong field, you know, like in data, then it can take like something that has like 40 characters and bleed it into other data that's only supposed to have like 2 or 3 per field or whatever. So it could break entire things just from having one comma in the wrong place. And that's what this did, is it's like the compression of the sprites just made everything else go haywire, like mess up the from when I was reading the Hall of Fame data as well, like that just got all corrupted. And y'all were all just like happily breaking the shit out of your game.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, corrupting it to no end. Yeah.
So one of my favorite things I learned about this as I was looking up for this episode that I actually didn't even know about, because I only ever got the L-shaped MissingNo. I didn't realize there were other special forms you could get. So there's this weird blocky, like it takes up the whole screen and it's like a square with the same kind of weird character like mess jumble that you can get. And that one, I feel like I saw someone else have that. But you can also get the ghost sprite from our oh so beloved Lavender Town. And
the fossil one, right?
You can get the Aerodactyl and the Kabutops fossils. Right. And those are, I didn't even know that was there. Those are awesome. That would have been so cool to have a Pokemon like that. Also saw that if you could not trade them to later games, but you could trade them between the originals. And then Pokemon Stadium was really cool that you could put your game cartridge into the game, into the N64 game, and bring up your creatures. And MissingNo came across as a substitute doll, and that was just its character model. So
that's just awesome.
It's just so neat. And there's so many things that were broken with the original Pokemon games.
Isn't it wonderful?
Okay.
Just two quick ones that I find are really fun that have recently been found. You can catch Mew in the game. That's a newer one. And you can also catch a level 1 Nidoking right away that then immediately becomes level 100. So...
That's cool. That one I have not.
I didn't know about that one yet.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I will say. Oh no, please.
No, I when I was like looking for this, I saw an image of MissingNo in Pokemon Go. Is that something that exists in Pokemon Go as well, or is that just somebody making it like as a joke?
That looks like a joke. I don't think it would be in Pokemon Go. If they did, that'd be amazing.
That would be so fun, right? Like a nod, just like put a MissingNo in there.
Sometimes I wonder if the unknown were just a nod to the MissingNo, or if they had that idea beforehand, and I don't know, maybe they do come with something. They have those that weird one that was in Sword and Steel or Sword and Shield, which was like the Null Pokemon, which I feel like that could kind of be a nod as well, because it could be any type depending on what disc you gave it. So
right.
Similar, I guess, concept that depending on what you had put in for your code for MissingNo, it could be a random type. So kind of neat if they figure out what nods they've done in the past potentially to that.
All right, take us home, Bob. What you got?
My last note on this is MissingNo in any of its different forms. I don't know if there's any rhyme or reason to it. Again, this is like schoolyard, just playing around. Let's see what it does. Even though it breaks the level cap, it can still occasionally evolve into other glitched Pokemon. So again, from a child's brain, this was like, this game is infinite. This game could do anything. And the rumor I had heard on the schoolyard was that you could evolve a MissingNo into Yoshi. Another Nintendo property. This is what happens.
Oh my
so
god! You guys are out of control.
I wrote into Nintendo Power magazine and got published. There's a question somewhere in an old Nintendo Power from Bobby from New Jersey.
Oh my
saying,
god.
I swear my friend turned into Yoshi as a Poke God or whatever the schoolyard rumor was. I wrote in, and the response was published in the magazine, I believe, and it was very nice. And it was just like, well, we don't think so, but if your friend has a screenshot or can take a picture of it, send it in, and we'll be sure to basically the nicest way possible of saying like, shut up, kid. No. But like that made my whole day back in the day.
That's so amazing.
That's
you got
amazing.
your own like Nintendo but thanks for playing our games response.
Sick.
Okay.
That's how widespread these rumors were. Just to put it in context, like
that's the whole fun of this category, especially growing up at that time. The whole fun of this category, in a lot of ways, is just that it's like that's what we had. We had these magazines, we had word of mouth, we had our buddies, and like that's how all this stuff spread. We didn't have anything to verify it with. But who knows? Video games are weird. They put weird stuff in them. Okay, we're gonna move into the top three now. Top three. So at number 3, number 3. Squall is Dead. Final Fantasy VIII. All right, Bob. This is one that came directly from you, so we're gonna let you tell us: is Squall dead? What's the deal?
I've probably said this for everyone so far, but I love this one so much.
Yeah.
So strap in here. Also, Final Fantasy VIII spoilers will abound here. So if you plan on playing Final Fantasy VIII, I don't know. I doubt many people are, but I'm spoiling the game, so sorry. So Final Fantasy VIII, PlayStation 1 JRPG, I believe on 3 discs, maybe 4. Yep. 3, right? Okay. At the end
4.
of, was it 4?
No, 3.
Oh, 7
You've
was
got
3.
Yes, you're right.
I forget.
Me
I know
too.
9 was 4, but
you're correct. Sorry, Bob.
No worries. At the end of the first disc, and I should take a step back here. Final Fantasy VIII was kind of in that gritty, attitude era of the 90s, where they were taking a step back from the high fantasy of Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy IV, 1, 2. Like, they wanted these to be a little bit more gritty, a little bit more like low sci-fi, I think is the term, where, yeah, there's magic, but like even Final Fantasy VII, it's more like steampunkish, maybe dystopian. 8 is very much in that same vein, where it's like it takes place at a university, at a college. It is set in a world where, yeah, magic exists, but like you're like grabbing it almost as items from other enemies. So it's like it tries to bring the outlandish stuff down just a little bit. Listen, there's still Ifrit floating around, so it's not, it's not like an autobiography here, but should be noted, it kind of takes itself a little bit more grounded. So at the end of Disc 1, you go on this adventure with your other classmates that you find and a couple other folks, and you end up trying to go after at the time who's the big bad in the game. This is this witch Adia. Again, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. It was all text. But you go after her. She casts this ice spell at you, and it impales the main character, Squall, right through the chest. This big ice shard goes in one side, comes out the other, and sticks there. He takes 2 dramatic steps back. The other, the love interest basically in the game, Rhaenoa, dramatically reaches her hand out, and you fall backwards into this abyss, and that's how Disc 1 dramatically ends. Disc 2 starts with you waking up in a nurse's office saying, I don't have any wound. Weird. And it's never acknowledged from then on in why he survived, how they fixed him, what happened, how they got out of this like assassination attempt or whatever that happens at the end of Disc 1. The story in Final Fantasy VIII is weird. You'll find that out very soon. It's really never acknowledged. So the theory is Squall dies right then and there when he falls off. So and cool. Everything in Disc 2 and 3 is his life flashing before his eyes as he's falling off this parade float, essentially, at the end of Disc 1. And it holds a lot of credence if you kind of break it down. Everything that happens in Disc 1, like I mentioned, pretty grounded, kind of makes sense with what you're doing. You're in a university, you're learning, your classmates, nothing's too outlandish. From Disc 2 and 3, this game gets weird. Really, really weird. The main villain becomes a time god called Ultimecia. Spoiler, you find out all of your classmates were your stepbrothers and stepsisters in an orphanage, and no one remembers. You learn suddenly the quote unquote love interest who doesn't care about you is suddenly completely smitten for you. You found out the dean of your college is a space slug that lives in the basement. Then you kill it and no one ever mentions it again. It goes wildly off the rails. The biggest evidence toward this theory is that all the people you meet in Disc 1 are the recurring characters throughout the rest of the game, which, again, JRPG, maybe not all that uncommon. But if you take it as someone's dying memories, all he's doing is piecing together the stuff he already has. No new content is coming in. So he lives in a college. College is weird. He's thinking what could be in a college. Yeah, maybe Space Slug would make sense. Maybe these little Moomba cat creatures that end up running around in the game. Yeah, maybe that would make sense in the context of a guy who loves lions and has a lion pendant on his shirt all the time. There's all these connecting dots. The biggest smoking gun is right at the end of the game. You kill this time wizard god thing. Again, I'm not going to get into the whole story here. And Squall basically goes through this existential crisis where he starts seeing all these flashbacks of what happened in the game, and specifically what happened at the end of Disc 1, with Rhaenoa reaching out for you dramatically. And his memories of it become faded and blurry until people don't have faces. Almost like that scene in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, if you've ever seen that. He's literally if you believe in the theory, which I honestly do, because it's a better story than what they've told in FF8. Hot take. Like, that is when he's actually dying. All this is as he's falling. All of Disc 2 and 3. But when you kill the final boss, it's Squall's last breaths and all of his memories are going away. So all those cutscenes of seeing everyone again from Disc 1 are slowly being removed from his memory. And that's why he's losing it and doesn't know what's going on and sees people without faces, sees his own face that's hollow. It is really, really creepy and really, really bizarre. Now, I will say, the one of the leads of the Final Fantasy series, Katase, has straight up said, no, this is not a thing. But can we believe him? Really? I think this is a fascinating theory. It gives a game that goes completely off the rails in terms of a story a very grounded. It gives it a more grounded version of a story that you can cling to and say, okay, if you take it under the scope of this is this guy's dying wish and just that's why everything goes off the rails, it kind of makes more sense. I super highly recommend. There's a website been around for like 2 decades now called squallisdead.com, and it breaks this down with way more examples than I ever could, screenshots, videos. Like, it is, give yourself 10 minutes. It's a quick read, but he does an amazing job of breaking it down. It's utterly fascinating, and it is one that, despite maybe not being true, I 100% believe in.
We'll put that in the description for people who want to just go down there and click it. Oh man, that's so cool.
And Kitase, like you mentioned, Kitase just came out and said, like, this isn't a thing, but he finished that sentence by saying that he felt it was incredibly interesting and would absolutely consider including that in a remake of Final Fantasy VIII.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. When did he say that? Was this recent, or was this
before
this was Final Fantasy X?
Hold on.
Because that's kind of what they did in Final Fantasy X. So it'd be, if it was prior to that,
it was in 2017 when it was set.
Okay. So it was not prior, but it almost makes me wonder if they had that concept in mind while making 8 and then said, okay, now we're going to scrap that because this is going to be much better as its own game and not just thrown in as part of this one, and built it around Final Fantasy X. I had not heard. I played maybe 2/3 of Final Fantasy VIII. I really need to go back and fish it because it is a weird game. The game just does not feel like any of the other Final Fantasies.
It's good, but very bizarre. Very bizarre.
This is such a unique one, and now it makes this actually really makes me want to go back and play it and see for myself which makes more sense, the apparently wild, wacky story that happens, or that he just freaking died.
I love that. I love the idea, and I think my favorite part from your description is like when you're describing what happened to Squall at the end of Disc 1. That sounds like a pretty violent death. Like, it didn't sound like you just are gonna like wake up and be like, oh, I'm okay. Like, no explanation. Yeah. Like, that's very weird.
The text box literally has like wound ... no wound ? Like, he acknowledges in the game that like he's fine.
Yeah.
And then it's never brought up again why he survived.
Because that seems like a very dramatic place to end Disc 1. I mean, that was like something that they don't have to deal with that anymore. But like, they usually would try and find a good place to cut the disc. It wasn't like you just ran out of memory on it. Like, they were trying to find a nice like place where you kind of like would end one chapter and start another one. So that sounds like a pretty big moment to like just like wake up and just be like, well, let's go play some more, and like not explain like what happened at the end of the last disc. It's crazy.
Well, there are 4 discs. I did look at it.
Man. Plus or minus 1,
Sure. Also a weird time for Square, because they basically made 8 and 9 at the same time.
Yeah. They literally did.
yeah, it kind of.
That's right. They did like 8, 9, 10, and then rolled right into 11. Like all, because I remember the announcement that was like, we're making all these at the same time. And by the way, Xenogears exists also. It's like super, super weird.
Well, we all know that they didn't shy away from killing important characters either. So,
nope.
All right. Well,
but what better way to follow up the big dramatic death from 7, with a subliminal death in 8?
Yeah, that's kind of a nice way to go about it. I love this. I want to go check this out. I might go play it now. I never played 8, so I don't have any reference. Maybe I can go in it with that frame of reference and just enjoy it that way.
It's got some cool systems in there. The junction system is very cool. The magic system is very cool. I like the real time. You hit R2 when you attack. Yeah, and it makes your attack a little stronger. Like there's some cool gems in there that they never really revisited. That's classic Final Fantasy,
Hey Hunter.
Yes, sir.
I got a quick question for you. Would you ever consider doing Final Fantasy VIII on our Thursday night series?
I was literally thinking the same thing, Brad.
I mean, yeah.
I would really enjoy watching you go through that one.
If Persona 4 ever ends, I'd say we should totally do it.
You're almost there, man. Anyway, side note, just think about it. I'd love to do that.
Let's jump into the top 2 here. We have that's another fascinating one. Let's get to these last 2 there. So moving along. Number 2. Number 2. It's more Pokemon. Mew under the truck. Pokemon has staked its claim. And the funny thing is about Pokemon is that, well, look at Brad's got the games. The funny thing about it is that Pokemon really has not made any of our top 10s. Like, we kind of purposefully removed it from the Animal Companion ones because we felt like it would just be all Pokemon. So I'm sure there would have been some there. Maybe we could have included, we'll just combine all Pokemon into one Animal Companion, but we didn't do that. But we really haven't had much Pokemon representation on the show at all, and now it's coming in like a flood. So, more Pokemon, Mew under the truck. Third one from Pokemon World. We've let Zach and Brad have the first 2 Pokemon intros, so we're gonna turn this one back over to Bob here. So, let's go.
Happy to.
Let's talk more Pokemon.
So, for context, and I know we talked about it in the previous Pokemon entries, Red and Blue, when they hit US, I can only speak for US, obviously. It's a sensation all around the world, but when it hit the US with the anime, with the cards, the games, it was a sensation when I was a kid. I mean, it was everywhere. You couldn't escape it. If you were into it, you were deep into it, which is, I think, why these rumors became so prevalent, these urban legends, because for good or for bad, there was so many glitches. There were so many glitches in those early games. But from a kid's perspective, it was not, man, this game is broken. It was, anything is possible in this game. You could get any Pokemon at any time. You could find Pokemon that don't even exist. You can find and evolve into types that don't even exist. And anything seemed possible in these games. So the classic rumor, urban legend of Mew under the truck. There is a section of the game where you board the SS Anne, where Gary's Raticate died, possibly. And basically you get on the boat takes off, and the little pier that essentially you walk on to get to the boat closes off for you after you've completed this little section of the game. And I want to say right after or maybe on the boat is where you get surf, the ability to actually go on the water. So the game never wanted you to be able to surf off of that pier getting onto the ship, onto the SS Anne, because you get that item later in the game. But if you were very strategic and worked with a friend and traded a Pokemon that had surf before you left that town, you could surf off of that pier into the water section. Again, should be noted, these Pokemon games back in the day, as much as I love them, as much as they were phenomenal, they reused a lot of sprites, right? There were like 5 villagers. There were like 10 enemy sprites, you know? The Pokemon had a lot, but the overworld stuff, maybe not so much. Every house looked like the same house. Because of course, they needed to save space in the cartridge. Makes total sense. When you surfed off to the right of that pier, there was a little strip of land that you could not see from land. You had to specifically trade with someone to surf earlier in the game than expected and surf off to the right. On the right was a strip of land, and there was a truck sprite. This is, as far as I know, the only place in the game that this truck sprite exists. There is no parking lot elsewhere in the game. There is no truck stop elsewhere in the game. It only exists in a place that you're not supposed to see without actually, getting somewhere that you're not supposed to. For a child's mind, infinite possibilities were going to take place with this truck. I cannot tell you how many rumors I heard on the schoolyard that were, oh, Mew, that super rare Pokemon that you could only get at the mall because you had to physically go to a mall or a Toys R Us and plug your Game Boy in back in the day to get a Mew without glitches, which were, again, like not widely prevalent or widely spread, at least back then. Everyone was like, that's where Mew is. Mew's under the truck. Why would they have such a unique truck in a part of the game you're not supposed to get to? You have to basically boundary break to get there unless he's under there. Well, how do you move the truck? How do you get Mew out from under there? Maybe you move Strength, which is move it with Strength, which is an ability you get in the game that moves boulders. Doesn't move the truck. Oh, well, I heard you have to use 6 Pokemon that all have Strength at the same time, and then you'll be able to move the truck. Oh, you have to have all 6 legendary Pokemon, and they all need to have Strength. Long story short, there's nothing under the truck. You can't move the truck, right? It's impossible. They just had a leftover sprite and they put it off screen. But classic Sub-Zero Polar Bear. In every subsequent remake.
Oh, nice.
And I believe in Silver and Gold too, because I think actually they might have removed the SS Anne. But in any game that had that part of the game involved, if you took the time to surf over to the right-hand side of the pier, you would get some sort of rare healing item or super powerful Pokeball or something. They basically wanted to give you the nod that you're one of them. You're one of the ones who knows that Mew isn't under this truck, but there's something for you. We want to reward you for your little excellent adventuring here. And this is, to me, synonymous with video game urban legends. Like, you say the words Mew under the truck, and I am 8 years old in elementary school talking rumors on how to move that truck for weeks, because everyone had their own theory, everyone knew about it, and everyone was trying their best to do it. Because in that game, anything seemed possible. With the amount of glitches and secrets and Easter eggs and everything else in that game, moving a truck seemed like, oh, of course you could move the truck. It is like always going to have a soft spot in my heart. I believe this was my number 1 when I voted. I love this one so much.
This is so fun, and it's like you're taking me back too, because there's I don't know Pokemon, I'll let them talk Pokemon, but there's something magical about that age where you know, like there's like probably like thousands of old notebooks tucked away in closets that have like little doodles of that truck, and like, you know, or like Mew, or like just writing out like ideas of like how to get to it, because like people aren't paying attention. Like that's just like the brain of like somebody that age, where that whole thing probably just came from like somebody like just saying some absolute bullshit, you know. It's like this, it's on the same level as just like, oh yeah, my uncle works at Nintendo, or like, you know, my girlfriend lives in Canada. Like that's kind of like, that's where Mew in the truck comes from. And I love that age. It was special, and especially when like, again, there's no internet or anything really, so it was like all of it was just you and your buddies, like, you know, chatting at the lunch table.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Oh.
Well, you other Poke lovers, you got any anything to add about Mew being under this truck or not being under the truck?
Did anyone? Did either of you? I know the two of you played Gen 1. Did anyone exploit the Mew glitch to actually get a Mew in your game?
No.
Well, after the fact.
Like, I haven't gone back to it.
So I've done it a bunch. Like, again, I'm a relatively new Pokemoner. You know, I wasn't into it when it was coming out, but I got into it right after Brandon Plays Pokemon came out. I decided to try it. And I'm total Pokemaniac now. But anyway, it involves another memory glitch, of course, like anything else from those days. You have to have an Abra to teleport. It involves a particular trainer fight just past the Nugget Bridge. Then you face this encounter, teleport back to town, and then once you go to try to cross the bridge again, approaching from the south, the screen will flash, and all of a sudden you're in an encounter with a level 7 wild catchable Mew. So I've exploited that a lot. I love Mew as Gen 1, so I just wanted to ask if anyone had done that themselves. I've done it a bunch.
Cool.
Yeah,
it's shockingly easy to do once you
Incredibly
know
easy.
how to do it. But like that was never, at least on my schoolyard. I can only speak to my elementary school. No one. I think that was like one step too advanced for us to just stumble into. You know.
Yeah. Just wondering if anyone had heard of it back in those days. Or...
No, I feel like first time I heard anyone getting a Mew was they gave out Mews at a tournament. I feel like it was like a Pokemon tournament. And then they announced that there was a Mew. And I think it was right around the time of that first Pokemon movie when they're like, oh yeah, by the way, here's this new one that has been here the entire time and we didn't show you. And I think that was probably around the time that I feel like I had heard the Mew under the truck as a kid. And I feel like it's back there in the deep recesses of my brain and I don't remember it as much. But I definitely feel like it did pop up around the time of that first movie. And people were starting to look for the Mew in the game, so it's just such a fun. You've already brought up. It's just a fun age. Internet has ruined it for these kids today, where they don't have this ability. They just go like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go check YouTube and see what someone else."
It is a little bit
no.
annoying when you can go to like whatever. There's probably some like videogamesnopes.com that you can just be like, haha, no, see, yes, on their like Apple Watches that they have at like age 7 now. Anyway, another discussion. Thanks for sharing that one. That does just feel like very much like a true old school, like schoolyard urban legend. Really good one at number 2 there. We got to get to the top though. All right. Numero uno. At number 1. Number 1. It's POLYBIUS arcade game. This one was pretty much not an overwhelming choice, but definitely clearly at the top. So Brad brought this one. We're gonna let Brad take us down the home stretch here. Brad, what is am I pronouncing that right? POLYBIUS? I think it's not POLYBIUS. POLYBIUS.
Yep.
Okay.
POLYBIUS. Yep. So again, I'm gonna start off right off the bat by citing a YouTuber. This time it's Ahoy, AHOY. His video on this subject is over an hour long, is incredibly comprehensive, and has 9 million hits. Woo. So I will ask Hunter to link that one. If you're looking to deep dive hard, Ahoy is your boy. He's got you covered. But I'm gonna sum up to the best of my ability the story of POLYBIUS. Let's go back. Let's go back to 1981 again, right? Just like we did with the Atari landfill, right? Yep. The home video game market is fizzling a little bit in 81. Arcades are still jammed with people. Again, these places didn't enjoy the best of reputation. These were places that people considered dens of sin, essentially. So anyway, this conspiracy starts in the suburbs of Portland, Oregon, and tells of a limited release arcade cabinet named POLYBIUS, which would appear and disappear as fast as it came. The stories are never loaded with any specifics, but they do share some things in common. The stories all describe a very plain arcade cabinet with the marquee displaying POLYBIUS in turquoise bubble lettering. Some recall seeing a title screen that the game was produced by a company called MissingNo. But we'll get back to that in a minute. The game itself is usually described as kind of a bizarre mix of multicolored shapes that form an abstract puzzle. It's also been described as highly addictive. Beyond these things, the stories and accounts start to vary wildly, but most of them describe the effects of the game on the mind as being hypnotic, meditative, disorienting, and that the game puts you in a state of mind where you may be more susceptible to suggestion. Reports of nausea, amnesia, night terrors, other behavioral changes, supposedly chronicled in local newspapers at the time, yet most of these things have been debunked, or such as there was a kid who ended up sick after a trip to the arcade, but turns out the kid was just drinking too much soda while playing a Donkey Kong cabinet for the entire afternoon. I'm not sure, how many of you can, handle, flashing video games and drinking soda all afternoon at that age and not get a little sick to the tummy. But anyway, if you believe the rumors, these symptoms cannot be explained away by too much soda, and these symptoms are no coincidence at all. They're the result of a secret project led by a government agency, developed using military technology. Some accounts tell of men in black showing up to observe the cabinet in action. Others describe men in suits coming to record data off the machine and then disappearing as fast as they came. All these accounts say the same thing in this regard, that the machine showed up, sat in dusty arcades for about a month before they completely vanished from existence, along with any shred of evidence that they ever existed. To this day, no authentic cabinets, boards, or dump ROMs have ever been discovered. But of course, there are people who claim to have these things. It's the internet. So anyway, let's talk about the name POLYBIUS quick. The name itself belongs to a Greek historian born in Megalopolis, Arcadia. It's believed that the game is named after POLYBIUS because POLYBIUS developed a cipher called the POLYBIUS square, where letters are converted to numbers, and then those numbers are substituted for coordinates on a grid. Cryptologists love this stuff. The name itself, broken down poly or many, bios or life, many lives from Arcadia. Come on. So let's let's briefly discuss the name of the fictional company that supposedly developed this machine. Again, MissingNo. It seems to be an amalgamation of two German words, Sinnes meaning senses, mind, or consciousness, and Lotion meaning to extinguish, delete, or erase. So many will tell you this game was created to erase senses, to brainwash you. No other game has been created by Sinislotion. No record of the company's existence can be found. Again, there's more to the story here. You can dig through websites all day long. Check out Ahoy's video if you're really into learning more about this thing. But just wanted to wrap up with pointing out some of the kind of the effects that this urban legend or conspiracy theory, whichever you choose to believe, kind of had on pop culture. Here are some fun facts. In 2007, there was the freeware developers Rogue Synapse published a title named POLYBIUS for PC, available at Sinislotion.com. So kind of playing into that. In 2017, Llamasoft released a game called POLYBIUS on PS4 that has PSVR support. In the early marketing for the game, co-developer Jeff Minter claimed to have played the original game and created this one in its image, but then later on acknowledged that he was inspired by the urban legend and had not in fact played the POLYBIUS cabinet. It's also featured in the 9 Inch Nails video for Lesser Than. If anyone remembers that one. And then just a couple of TV shows that it's been featured in: The Goldbergs, Dimension 404, Paper Dolls, Loki, and The Simpsons has a quick nod to that. Anyway, I'll cut it there. Does anyone, do we have any true believers here? Do we have any theories, any feelings? Let me know.
I feel like I wouldn't want to play it in VR, because one of the things that creeps me out every time I play VR is that somebody's in the room with me and I have no freaking clue that they're there. It doesn't even matter what I'm playing. I could be playing Tentacular and it's jolly as hell, and I'm like, am I alone? I take it off and I'm like I think I hear something or feel so. Ugh. Just a little one of those things that gives you the creeps. But no, I don't really have anything else to add that you didn't. I think that there's a lot of really fun kind of
people say this one's linked to MK Ultra. If you know what that is, I'm not going to describe it here, but look it up. I was
about to say this is some Russian sleeper agent training bullshit right here. Is what this is.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. I will say it's not one that I overly heard about growing up or anything like that, but I do love that it's become the synonymous video game urban legend, to the point where The Simpsons will put it in the background of one of their arcades as a in joke for people who know, or Loki put it in when he's I forget the term for it at this point. I've seen that show a while ago, but when he's in that kind of netherrealm between timelines and he's in the bowling alley and you see the arcade games in the back, POLYBIUS is one of them, basically saying it was wiped off the timeline, which is a very fun reference there.
Yeah,
neat little nod.
And there is that, I think Kevin mentioned in the Discord that there's a good AVGN, one of the earlier ones, where he tracks down a POLYBIUS machine and plays it, and he does his shenanigans afterwards.
I think I did. The AVGN might have been all over all of these.
Yeah.
I will also throw out there, it's a podcast that I love from I don't even know how many years back, but it's a podcast. It's evergreen. It's all good. If you look up the POLYBIUS Conspiracy in any podcast apps, it's a 7 episode kind of docu-series, and it's a guy who goes out to Portland and finds someone who does a walking tour of different arcades who claims to have played the game, and it goes down a rabbit hole that you would not believe. It is one of my favorite short form podcast series. Is 7 about half-hour episodes. If you have just a Sunday morning, you could knock it out in 3 hours, the whole thing. I cannot recommend it highly enough. The POLYBIUS Conspiracy. Really, check it out. Yeah. Don't Google anything about it. Just dive in. And if you're interested in episode 1, you're going to finish the whole series. I promise.
That's really the way to experience this particular urban legend, because it seems and we can't really go into it with the time that we have, but it seems on the surface, just this basic thing. It was this arcade machine that was weird. A kid popped in and out. There were people watching it. It messed with your brain, that kind of thing. But there's like it's way deeper than that, like the conspiracies, and they go in some weird places. And there's some like things that actually there is validity to, maybe not that the machine existed per se, but there are things like there definitely were like FBI and undercover agents that were scouring arcades and keeping track, because like you said, there were a lot of seedy things that used to go on in arcades, especially in some of the ones like in New York and places, you know, like around Times Square. So it's
Queens,
right? Like, so like at the time, like they wanted to keep an eye on this activity, whatever it was. So you might get people that were like agents in these arcades, and so there is some validity to that aspect of it. And so coupling that with like this machine where they're like kind of maybe testing some things out, it was like right at the time too where you were dealing with like all of the insane like psychic power research and things like that like came from the Uri Geller phenomenon, where they were like, this dude was like pretending to bend spoons and stuff. So they like they were dedicating money to like mind control. So it's got a lot of, it's grounded in some
there.
Yeah, it's grounded, like it's one of those things that it may not be believable, but there's enough, you said there's enough of a trail there to go down some weird places. So we'll leave those
definitely
things
sprouted from fertile soil. You're
right. Yep.
Correct. Like especially considering the time and like the whole, you know, we're winding down, but still in the Cold War with Russia. Right. You know, there is pretty wild, man.
Not an unbelievable story. So we'll leave those.
We have
links.
scratched the surface too. Like Bob said, that podcast is awesome. I hear, and you can look through news clippings. You can like hear accounts from people with names. I didn't name anyone in this except Jeff Minter, but you know, who basically was just trying to market his own game. But anyway, there's names and faces to this too. Like, look it up, guys. If you're really interested, there's a lot to dig through.
This would be one of those fun ones that like with the Atari landfill, of like 10 years down the road, like you just get some kind of like weird government document dump, and like it just happens to have this whole POLYBIUS like plan in it and stuff. Like, oh, that would be so fun. Who knows?
Like after it declassifies after 70 years or whatever, and we're like, it was real. It was real.
Oh man,
you was under that truck. They were hiding it the whole time.
POLYBIUS was under the truck.
That was there.
That was such a fun topic. Again, thank you, Bob, for suggesting that, and to all the people who voted. We're gonna do a quick recap of the top 10 in Wes's honor. He likes to do this. So number 10 was Michael Jordan in NBA Jam. Number 9, Lavender Town Syndrome. Pokemon. Number 8 was Bigfoot in GTA San Andreas. 7 was the 17th Colossus, Shadow of the Colossus. Number 6, Atari Landfill. 5, L is Real, Mario 64. 4 was MissingNo from Pokemon. 3, Squall is Dead, Final Fantasy 8. 2 was Mew Under the Truck from Pokemon, and then 1 POLYBIUS, as we just discussed, the arcade game. So now we go into such a good one, dude.
Yeah.
Every time we do this, I'm so happy with like the quality of the top 10s that people come up with. That's why I love the community. I learned so much for myself personally, like just from you guys and going into this in my own time. I hope other people like who maybe didn't know about these things enjoyed that and like learned something from it as well, because there's just nothing better than a good conspiracy urban legend you know, get your brain turning. I will throw out one honorable mention. I'll throw 2 honorable mentions out just because one was right on the edge and actually kind of got pushed out right at the end, which was the revival of Aerith for Final Fantasy VII. And the other one I'll throw out is Hollow Knight Silk Song is a real game. I'm only doing that because I know Wes is gonna listen back to this, and that's my little cheeky wink, like, love you, Wes. Sorry, they didn't even get many votes. I just being an ass. Does anybody else have any honorable mentions that they want to throw in there? Anything that you feel like
I just had one, and not to beat a dead Kangaskhan here, but it's another Pokemon one. Was Pika Blue, which is another big schoolyard rumor as Gen 2 slowly coming out. Yeah, they released a couple of photos of what would end up being Meryl and Snubble, and a couple of the more like kind of cutesy Gen 2 ones, basically, to start. And I think they might have even showed up in the first movie, or like the cartoon before the first movie, or something along those lines. I vaguely remember a Snubble being in there, but I could be wrong. But yeah, basically, who ended up being Meryl in the games, everyone was like, no, it looks too much like Pikachu. It's got the ears, it's got the same face. That's Pika Blue. That's a secret evolution of Pikachu that you can evolve into, blah, blah, blah. And it was another one of those, completely unfounded schoolyard rumors, but it just woke people's brains up to like, man, maybe there are secret evolutions. And then when the second game came out and there were new like baby pre-evolutions and new evolutions to ones, it was like, this game could do anything. I love that stuff.
If there's one thing I'm going to take away from this episode, it's that before this, I didn't really understand why Pokemon was like so big. But this explains so much, because it's so much about like the mystery of like what people can get and what people can like catch, and like all of like the stuff that's like broken, and these like just making stuff up. Like it's fascinating. And I always thought it was just like, oh, you catch like these little things, you feed them some fruit or whatever, and then they turn into something else.
Glorified Tamagotchi, right?
Right. But there's a lot more of just weirdness to it than I ever realized. So
yeah, like even the stuff that you were meant to do in that game, like Gen 1 didn't really spell it out that much. Like the stuff we take for granted that like, yeah, just toss Clefairy a Moonstone and it's a Clefable. Like the game really didn't tell you that unless you played around with your inventory, or like, yeah, trade a Haunter and you get a Gengar. Yeah. Like maybe an NPC told you, probably. But unless you just knew, like that felt so revolutionary. Like I evolve it by trading with a friend, and now the friend has that evolutionary form. Well, how many other ones are there? It's just like, and that's the stuff we take for granted now because the UI just tells you, and it's just ubiquitous. But
it's such a good
back in Gen 1, it was Wild West.
You could have your whole conversation about exactly that, and how games that like just let you discover things. I mean, the original Minecraft was just like, here's some squares, just put random shit in there and see what happens, right? Yeah. Like it wasn't
a pickaxe, go nuts.
Right. Like you never knew what you were gonna get. Like it was like discovering things on your own was really cool.
Pokemon as a concept from day one, with 2 versions, really did encourage that. Yeah. They were smart to be like, we're gonna not only create a game, but something that kids can't stop talking about because of the nature of, oh, you have red, I have blue, like, can I get this, can I get that? It encourages trading, it encourages chatting with your friends in the lunchroom. It from the ground up, it encouraged this kind of thing, which is absolutely brilliant. I love it.
All right, I'm going to bring us back on the rails here. We have done the urban legends. We are going to move on to discussing what our next top 10 is going to be. Zach, what is our next top 10 going to be about?
You know what? I hope you all brought your sunblock so you don't turn out like me, because we're going to the water levels, baby. Yeah. We're talking top 10 water levels next month. So take us underwater, on the water, Delfino Plaza, shirtless as Mario in Galaxy. Take us wherever you want with water. We want it. Bring it all.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, again, we tend to try not to box in on these, so open to some interpretation. Maybe you're not even swimming in water. Maybe it's like you're swimming in something else. But just in general, water levels, I think you kind of know. This is our kind of flip side to doing the snow and ice levels in the winter. I don't know where you guys live, but it's basically hot on the entire globe right now. So it's kind of more of like a summer inspired, favorite water levels episode. So let's bring them. I know I got some fun ones in my brain to nominate. And if you want to come nominate those, again, come to the Great Game Debate Discord. We're going to nominate, talk about them, and rank them. And I think this is going to go back to like 130 like nominations like it was before. I think the Urban Legends only ended up with like 30 or 40 something, but this one's probably going to be chock full of fun water levels.
Because the government doesn't want you to know all the other Urban Legends. They're shutting us down.
Right. Being held down by the man.
All right. Well, we're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, we will jump into Indies Nuts. All right, we are back. Before we move on, a couple of housekeeping items here. Try and do this justice for Wes as well. Just want to give a massive thank you to our Patreon shout out tier members. They are Pucho, Dakota Falk, Dan Giesland, Aviator Gamer, Randall Reborn, Austin Sheen, Aunt Jay, and Cherie Clark. Thank you. Thank you. Your support really does mean a lot to us. And we really, really appreciate it. If you'd like to support the show monetarily, you can do that at patreon.com. You can just look for the Great Game Debate. And if you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up. Subscribe if you haven't already. That also helps us out, makes us all feel real warm and fuzzy inside. Okay. Without further ado, we're going to move into Indies Nuts. I don't have a sound for Indies Nuts. I don't even know what that would be. Just like, I don't know what that would sound like. We're not going to go there. We're having our discussion on the game Animal Well. Zach brought this game. It's a Metroidvania developed by Shared Memory, published by Big Mode, released for Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 5, and PC on May 9th, 2024. So pretty new. I put my full playthrough of this up on YouTube for anybody who didn't play it but just kind of wants to check it out based on our conversation. You have to forgive how long it took me to do that. I felt really stupid the whole time I was playing. Like I couldn't figure out a lot of this stuff, but it's up there. You can kind of skip through some of it. But we're going to have an open discussion, but I'm going to let Zach kind of kick it off since it was his pick. What do you think, Zach? What did you think of the game you picked? What's Animal Well?
So I got this actually for recommendation of one of my coworkers to bring or to play, and when I was looking at it, just seemed like a really fun game for us all to jump into. Especially, I know how much we've enjoyed our Metroidvanias in the past, and specifically our Petroidvanias, where we are walking around as different types of animals doing different things within the Metroidvania sphere. So immediately jumping into the game, you are met with this super fun, unique 8-bit style. I don't know, is it? Would you consider this 8-bit? SI? Ish, yeah.
16.
But it was unique.
Like 11 and a half-ish.
Yeah. Sure.
It was very unique in its colorways and its use of light and dark. Had a lot of neon aspect to it, so really vivid and bright as you're going around the game and exploring. Right away too, you're also kind of just thrown into it, which I feel like has been a kind of common discussion point for all of us, which is that being thrown into this game feels a little bit jarring.
They don't tell you shit. They don't tell you anything.
They do not give you any instruction whatsoever to start it off. They just kind of drop you down a well and say, go.
Yeah. Press buttons.
Yep. Figure it out. Which I feel like we've had some discussions on the side, which we'll probably get into some of those here on this. But I actually kind of enjoyed that because it did give that same sense of, well, there's this big world out there and I don't know anything, so let me just go figure it out. And this led to some scary moments, some fun moments, some just overall great gaming moments that I enjoyed throughout my playthrough. I believe you have 4 different paths you can start.
Okay, hold on. Before you go there, okay, I want to ask one like just video game nerd question, just to confirm that we're all on the same page of nerd. Did you all go left right away? Was that the first thing that everybody did? You didn't go left? I always go left.
I did.
I always go left.
That's Metroid, man.
You always
Metroid taught you to go left first.
And they rewarded you.
You've been trained so well, haven't you?
You got rewarded for doing that. I think there was like maybe your first egg or something was like right to the left, like you like went into some other area, and it was. I don't know. I liked that part of it right away. I was like, oh, good. This was made by video game people. Let's go.
That's kind of. I was actually going to ask y'all which direction y'all went to, but no. So you went left. I think it was bottom right first. I think the first item that I grabbed was the yo-yo.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Really?
That I don't even honestly. I went in so many circles in this game. I am not gonna remember the order in which I got things. I don't think, but I know the yo-yo was definitely like near the end. Because I got stuck in
second to last for me.
I got stuck in some places. I was like, how the hell am I supposed to get to that button? You know, and I was like, you know, so I was deep in the game. It might have been, which it wasn't the last thing I got, but it was pretty close to last.
Which I feel like the yo-yo actually made some of the other parts easier because I could just hit it with the yo-yo. I didn't have to like figure out another way to get to the button. So I did yo-yo. It sounds like you were a bubble butt hunter. Is that right?
I think I did get the bubble
very early for me.
Well, actually, I think the first thing I got was the disc, but that fucked me up real good.
That sounds like the absolute worst one to go for first.
I found the disc and I was like, oh, I got to do something with this disc. Because again, like video games tell you, like, you found this thing, you can take it, you need to do something with it. And so, like, I spent God knows how long just running around with that stupid disc trying to get that cat off my ass, and I was like, I don't know where to go, and I needed other items to get to where I needed to go, so it was just an exercise of futility until I was like, put the disc back, go somewhere else. Like I was like, I can't do this anymore.
So I'm sure we're showing this to the people watching, but for those listening, you find the disc in what looks like a giant cat face, and as soon as you grab it, like a phantom cat, wolf, dog, I don't know what that thing is.
Supposedly it's a dog, but I see cat.
I see cat too. That's exactly what
I thought.
It even
meowed like a cat. That's what I thought it was.
There's no way. If that's a dog, then somebody is I don't know, on shrooms or some kind of peyote who made that. There's no way that was a dog. I honestly would be mad.
I wouldn't doubt that someone was on peyote.
I would be mad. To know that. I'm actually a little disturbed by that. That was a cat to me the whole time. Man. I was like, this stupid cat.
But yeah, as soon as you grab it, go for it, Bob.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that cat very much hindered my first hour of the game because I started this up again totally blind. I didn't even know what to expect out of this game. Like I knew vaguely it was a Metroidvania, and then that was because that's really the first. At least in my eyes, once you get to the main room, I was like, oh, I'll go right there. That seems like the first boss or first part of this. And it seemed like this impossible challenge. And I was like, this isn't for me. And I put it down for like 2 weeks after that. Just like, not for me. Until I was like, all right, let me give it the real college try and I'll go in a different direction. Fine. And it really clicked. But yeah, that cat/dog, especially going in blind where you don't even know what you're supposed to do, get, or be. It put a damper on things early for me.
It was a tough one. I think it was maybe there on purpose, intended to teach you that there is no correct direction to go. It's just explore until you find things that help you to find other things. And like by the time I had actually found a lot of the other stuff you're supposed to find in the game, and I had gotten to I had actually managed to get to the place where like it was pretty clear that disc was supposed to go, right? Like I had already gotten the fake disc and put it in there, and so I was carrying this disc around with me. It's like a frisbee, right? So like you throw it, it comes back to you, it does things. And but when I found that, I was like, oh, that's where. And I was like looking at the map, and I was going, I gotta get that disc, the fucking thing chasing me around the map from and it's like a pretty big Metroid type map where it's like, you get these big areas and I'm like, I gotta get from here and go up these ladders. I gotta like bubble jump to this and like I hit these switches and I gotta go up that, and it's a hike with that thing chasing you the whole freaking time. And like I got all the way to the end at least 3 or 4 times and got killed, and I was like,
so I do have to clarify here. Are you referring to the first time it chases you or the second time it chases you?
It chased me at least 170 times, so I don't know what you're talking about.
There are the 2 main ones. There's the first one where you get chased and you have to go grab the fake disc and put it back in the main slot, and then there's another one later on that you're supposed to
get the flame, right?
To get the flame, yeah. So you're referring to the flame one, or are you referring to the original getting just chased for the fake disc?
I got the fake disc, I feel like, and just swapped them out.
Oh shit, I didn't do that.
I got the fake disc. I got the fake disc. So that was the thing, was like I got the fake disc. I was just like, and I had the disc. I was like, okay. Like, so it didn't chase me to that one. I only got chased to the flame. And like this, again, for the video watchers, you're going to see on the screen like what this thing is. But it's like trying to describe it audio wise is going to be rough, because like we're talking about this cat chasing you around. You're probably imagining a cat roughly your size chasing you around a map. No, this thing took up a third of the screen and was like waving around and
breaks through all geometry.
Yeah,
it's a ghost cat.
Yeah, it
thing.
doesn't
float through.
It has its own set of rules, and it can just creep up on you. You can throw firecrackers, which was something I guess you got pretty early because you could just pick them off of plants. That was maybe technically the first
item I got.
I think that's technically the first thing I got. And so you could kind of distract it with that, but then it would show up, and there were like also the ghost dogs running around, although maybe those were cats. They barked, but I don't know now. This game is weird.
Those occurred whenever so the cat like floats around all over the place, but those occurred whenever it hit one of the statues that was there. So if you notice, whenever it hits a statue,
why they were coming out.
Yep. So they would just they wouldn't randomly show up. If the cat hit that, then they would pop out and chase after you. But
this entire concept is like, take that and then just put it in other parts of the game that are just completely unexplained, and that's what this game is. It's just like you figure it out, and like slowly but surely you do. And we'll get to like kind of whether or not we like that or not down the road, but I think that's definitely going to be fun for some people and not for others. It's not going to be for everybody.
So
yeah, for sure.
I guess just to give a brief description here. So we talked about 3 of the items already. So I said I got a yo-yo. Then there's a bubble wand. Then there's a disc you get. There is one more item which is always fun. Yep, the slinky. You get a slinky.
Yeah. I did love the slinky. That was cool.
And they all offer.
They're all children's toys.
Yeah.
All something kids drops down the animal well. But they each had their own unique things about them. The yo-yo was used to go around corners and hit buttons. The bubble wand was used to create a bubble that would float up and that you would jump on and then you could jump off of. The disc, the one Hunter found, you would throw that. Sometimes you run into dogs. You could throw it to get the dogs to not bite you. Or you could throw it and bounce it off walls and then jump on it for it to then carry you across, which was fun because your little guy's spinning the entire way across the screen and having a blast.
That was a super fun like exploration moment of finding out you could do that.
Yeah.
I think that's when the game really started to click with me, was like, oh, okay, now I'm understanding. You kind of have to. It's a game of experimenting and playing around, and die as many times as you want, and you'll get there eventually. Which again takes a lot of trial and error to get to.
Yes.
Yeah. One of the best and worst things that happened to me with these items was with the bubble, because once I realized that I could like Metroid ball bomb essentially my way up into things, like, because you can create essentially an infinite number of bubbles to jump on, assuming there's nothing in your way. So you can actually, when you jump on one, they kind of float down, but you can like jump and create a bubble at the same time and kind of create your own platforming, right? So when I figured out I could do this, which was way too far into the game, honestly, I spent a lot of time not doing it. But once I figured out I could do this, I was just like bubble jumping up into all kinds of stuff. And I'm pretty sure I bubble jumped my way into an area that I did not have what I needed to get out of. And I was stuck there for like probably 45 minutes until I just luckily got a weird, because it was like a place that had all these like vines hanging down, so you couldn't, they would pop the bubbles if they got in the vines, and you couldn't throw the disc through the vines. And I needed, there was like these stupid birds that like, there was like these birds
like chase you, right? Like they would always be under you.
They would always be on the same level as you unless there was something blocking them. So there was one like locked away, but I couldn't unlock the thing to let it out. So I couldn't get up onto it to get out of the area, and I couldn't get down either. So I had to basically create a perfectly placed in between two narrow vines bubble to jump onto that then let me jump out. But it was like an impossible task. It took me forever to get done. I couldn't figure out if there was something else I was supposed to be doing. And I kind of like, I was thinking like, I gotta like maybe look this up, but I managed to play through that whole game without looking anything up, and I was kind of proud of that because I felt like that's a game that, you know, like you can get frustrated with pretty quick and just like go to the internet.
Yeah, I gave myself 2 Googles and I used them both.
I had one, and I was really annoyed with the one I had used, because what I had thought was the correct solution to the puzzle was the correct solution, and it didn't work the first time I did it. It's like, why? That was the spinning rats where they changed the direction of the flow, and it didn't change it the first time I did it.
That was one of mine. Yeah, that was one of mine. Because I was stuck there for 20 minutes going, it's impossible. I'm stuck. I'm completely stuck. And exactly to your point there, like, getting into an area you weren't supposed to. I definitely did that with the frisbee or the disc also, because once I learned you could jump on top of the disc and it spins you around and bounces, then you could do another jump off of that. So you basically, if you time it right, you get a double jump wherever you want.
Right.
And the bubble one was the last thing I got. So I didn't, all that mobility, I was just doing purely off the disc for
that's impressive, actually.
3 or 4 hours.
That sounds horrible.
Why my first couple hours were a little rough, I think.
The bubble was like my whole saving grace, because like it really let me get into like some areas and discover some other things that like helped me to like progress. Like I'm pretty sure that's how I came across the yo-yo eventually. And can I ask you guys one really, this is gonna drive me nuts if I don't get it out of the way. When I finished the game, I had an empty slot. Was I missing something? That's been driving me nuts.
Did you go back to the egg room?
I went back to the egg room a couple of times. I did not get it. Oh no, I did get the flute. I got the flute.
Okay, so
I only opened up 2 doors to the egg room. There was what, 4? I was like,
there's
where are
one
all these
thing you
things?
get immediately after beating the game, like in the next room after beating the game. So if you stopped as soon as you win, you might still have that empty slot.
I went into the next room. What was it? We're spoiling here, people, by the way.
You if you go in there, it's like the little living room setup, right?
I guess.
I don't think I noticed anything to
talk
pick
to
up
like
there.
There's the squirrel that you've been like chasing is in there, and it gives you something, but I'm going to be honest, I'm not remembering what it was off the top of my head. You know what it was? It gives you your in-game timer. It was like a pocket watch or something.
I did get that, but it didn't show up in my inventory slot. Maybe it did, and I just didn't notice it. Okay, maybe that's it.
Yeah, I actually might have also, because there was multiple parts of this game that I was just like, I don't understand what's going on here. None of my items seem to be doing anything. I'm just going to move along. Like all the cats in cages, I had no idea what was going on with those. There was a medallion thing toward the beginning of the game that's like you have to get to with either a bubble wand or a frisbee jump. That's like, oh, there's a hollow slot here, and nothing filled it in, and I have no idea what's supposed to go there either.
I do remember seeing that. I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, I kept wondering, like, maybe if you go take that disc back over there. I was like, there's no way I'm taking
I tried.
That disc. Oh, did you?
I took it out. The cat chased me all the way back to the beginning of the game, and I went there and I mashed A and it did nothing. And I went, I did this wrong.
Yeah, that's
and then it killed me. Yeah. So I still don't know what's supposed to go in there, but I guess that's for better or for worse. That's kind of the appeal of the game. Like it's cracking the code.
It's a lot of discovery. Little bit. Oh, sorry, go Zach.
I was just saying, there's as far as the cats go, I didn't figure out what that did until afterwards. I kind of looked up some of those extra things, so I just tried to finish the game. The cats, once you get the flute, you can unlock their cages with the flute and set them free.
With the flute?
Yeah.
Huh,
so there's a few things that the flute does that it tells you nothing about. So if you want to talk about something in the game that they literally give you no idea how to use it, that's the flute.
The flute I learned brings the big rats, or makes them move around, and that was basically all I used the flute for. Although I did
the gerbil things.
Yeah, whatever they are. Yeah. I did learn in the most infuriating way possible at the very end of my playthrough, 8 hours in, that the flute was what opened up those animal mouths. And I was like, I was like, the animal mouths,
the quote unquote fast travel system.
The animal mouths were the way to quickly get from one side of the map to the other. Because that was one thing with this game. It's you did so much backtracking in this game. It's just a lot of times you didn't know what the hell you were supposed to go. So you're I think I got to go to this broom on the other side of this entire world. And so I got to go up this and up this ladder, and then I got to bubble jump over to that, and it would take a while to get there. And then at the very end of the game, I was like, oh, there's animal mouths on both sides of the map here. I could have just been wandering in and out of this entire time, but I've been going back and forth like an idiot.
I didn't go get the flute until after I'd beaten the game.
Wow.
So, no fast travel. I was running my ass everywhere.
I don't even understand how you got through some of those sections, because some of those you needed to move those gerbils around. How did you move the gerbils?
Yo-yo. You can walk the dog. It's an achievement in the game.
I did.
Where you jump on top and you throw a yo-yo out. So.
I did do that because I rode one and he chased it.
Or you can
there is a
make
room
it chase you.
Yep.
Yeah. So a couple ways to move.
Scare them off with the firecrackers. So if you need to have them move the opposite way, you do the firecrackers. Yeah.
Or you could just hit them with your frisbee and they would just get knocked back. That's the other way.
There was one room I got to, that slow elevator down. It's a room with all water, and it's just slowly moving platforms, moving to the left or the right. And I got there, and 2 or 3 rooms over to the left, you're supposed to platform over to them. There's I think an egg or some sort of secret item all the way on the left. And clearly the way you're supposed to get there is with the bubble wand into the fish that are the fish in the pipes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But I didn't have the bubble wand. So I didn't know what any of these fish did. And it took me about 20 minutes of frisbeeing in between platforms.
Oh, shit.
It was not great.
So crazy.
That's brutal.
But I truly had no idea what those fish did until 6 hours into the game. Because for some reason, I missed the bubble wand completely. Once I got that, I was like, what a great late game item.
Good God. The more we're talking through this, the more I think I'm realizing I don't think I liked it. I don't think I liked this game. I'm having these flashbacks. There was you're talking about these fish. There was I had finally managed to get into this one area. I think it was where the seahorse balls is. It was in that area, way down in the bottom left hand corner of the map. And in this random room, there was just this one fish tunnel thing. So there's there's this fish. You shoot a bubble in its mouth, as one does, and then you jump into the bubble, and that takes you into a pipe that takes you somewhere else in the world. Typically, what I had learned in this game was that it takes me somewhere nearby most of the time. It's around the corner, and usually there's a pipe to come back. Not that fucking pipe. Nuh-uh. It took me like all the way back to like the start of the game and like spit me out right at the freaking start, like what the ladders were, and I was like, there's no fish tunnel back to where I had just spent all that time getting to.
Yep.
Like what? Why does that exist there? For what purpose does that serve? To just take me back? There's no sign on it that says back to the beginning of the game. But I took it like an idiot, and I had to go all the way back down there just to like fight that seahorse thing again. Well, fight it is probably not the right way to put it. Use it's seahorse water bubbles. God, this game is crazy. I swear that they were definitely this was like some peyote retreat, like brainstorming that this game came from, like, or something.
The thing I do think they nailed on the head, though, is that, yes, that happens to you pretty often where you take something you weren't supposed to and it spits you out somewhere far away that's annoying. But they absolutely did what I think every great Metroidvania that we've had over the past few years does super well. And that's that by the end of the game, you have learned that whole damn map and you know your way around it better than the map itself can show you. So it is a sense of exploration there where you are going to stumble, you are going to come into mishaps, but I think that it ends up being that, especially someone who didn't have a flute to run my ass all over the place more quickly, that I could make my way through the map extremely fast. I didn't have much problems with making it from one area to another because I figured out which path to take, and I just run into a room and I knew exactly where to go from that room. I think they nailed that part on the head. Now, they definitely could have given some distraction, like, hey, there's a flute in here. You should come back and check it out, because that would have helped a ton. But
that was part of the thing that was clearly from the get-go that they had decided, like, no instructions. You know, like, we're going to make something with no instructions. If people want it, they can go read it on the internet or something. But we're going to let people just figure this stuff out. And there was some moments where that, like, paid off, certainly, where you're like, that's it, and then you're like, I can do this now, you know. And some of the puzzles with that were like really fun. There was a few that I thought were just genius, especially some of the slinky ones where you had to, like, there was one kind of towards the end where you had to like slinky down, but you had to like have started the disc, like put the slinky down, then start the disc, and then go back and like reset the slinky, and then you gotta like bubble jump over to this other place, and then you gotta like use the yo-yo, and all of that has to be done as it's almost like what are those like crazy machines called that
like Rube Goldberg?
Rube Goldberg. Yes, thank you, Rube Goldberg machine. It's like that was like you're basically making one of those function just to get into another door somewhere, and I thought that was really cool. That was probably my favorite thing in the game, was that puzzle.
Was that the one after you got the 4 flames and you were down in like the shadow area and you have to drop it? Yeah,
right at the end. It kind of was like, we've taught you all this stuff by playing. Now here's like, make it all work at the same time.
Yeah. I like that part a lot as well, because the game knew you had to have all the items by that point, so the puzzles were based around it.
Yeah.
And a lot of my, you know, quote unquote issues with other parts of the game were like, I did have that feeling a lot of, am I supposed to be here? It feels like I can only go maybe 70% of the way through this section because I don't have
something,
whatever that was.
Yeah.
Like, clearly I'm missing something, but I don't know what that is. Or that door is locked and I have no idea how to open it, and I haven't known for 2 hours, and something is not clicking here. But yeah, when a puzzle really hits and you're like, oh, that's what I did, and you absolutely nail it, like,
there's
it's a phenomenal feeling.
It's a sense of satisfaction. You feel smart.
So I guess, do we each have a favorite puzzle from the game?
I gave you mine. So any other ones?
The one that comes to mind for me, I found out later I did it wrong, but I did it. So there's essentially 4 bosses, right? You know, in each of the 4 sections, and they get you the flame, more or less.
4 bosses, and then a final boss.
And then the final boss, yeah. So the one with the ostrich where it's running on the spinning wheel and all that. As soon as I got into the main room, I solved it immediately and then got the flame. And I never even saw the ostrich. And then I was like, what am I supposed to do with this ostrich? And I looked it up and they were like, that's the 4th boss. And I'm like, but I solved its puzzle already, so I just left. So I guess the thing you're supposed to do is like mess with the water directions and then free the ostrich, and then it chases you and it hits the switches.
That's what I did. Yeah.
But what I did, as soon as you jump into the first room, I put a slinky on one side, I put myself on the other, and then I used the yo-yo to press the button, and myself and the slinky dropped at the same time, hit every button, and I opened the flame door. So I was like,
so genius.
I'm done. And I still haven't. I don't know what you're supposed to do with the ostrich. It's still spinning on a wheel in my game.
You know what? I think your way is the correct way there. That's incredible.
Why not?
So that's the one that sticks in my brain because I was so confused as to what I was supposed to do. I was like, maybe it's an egg, but that feels like a big egg, like that giant ostrich over there. So I just moved on, and then I Googled it after I beat it and was like, oh, yeah, I didn't do any of that.
Yeah, it has like that whole moment where it like chases you on the wheel.
You drop it out.
I saw it in a video.
Did y'all have a favorite boss? Was that your favorite one? Was like breaking the ostrich?
Breaking his room.
I like the, I guess, chameleon one was my favorite because I'm like a shallow, like because it was like the most normal boss because it was just like it like shoots things at you like in a specific order and you just have to like dodge and jump. I was like, oh, it like feels like I'm actually fighting something, like without actually shooting anything at it. But I guess I just like that one because it felt like old school gaming.
I think my favorite puzzle and boss were together, and that was that second M disc, getting that up to where it needs to go.
The cat dog?
Yeah, the second one where you're getting up to the flame, because I failed at that so many times, and I took a minute there. I planned out my perfect path. I even tried a couple of things to see if it worked, because when you jump into that one room going up the ladder, there's one of the fish mouths that you can put a bubble in. I tried throwing a bubble in there, and I went all the way down, because I wanted to see if I dragged the cat all the way to the bottom, would it take it longer to come up top? Does not. It still gets up there pretty quick.
It just like all of a sudden like enters like, because it's like the size of the whole freaking map. It's so silly.
But and Cheyenne was actually sitting there watching me get a little annoyed because I like would get it so close multiple times and then just fail it at the last moment. But then that one time that I platformed it to perfection, that the cat didn't even touch me. Nothing touched me the entire time. Wow. It was a great feeling getting there, and I was like, okay, that's done now. Awesome.
Yeah, that is true. That part was fun because I did the same thing. Like planned out my route. I made sure that like the switches were in the right order, and then like I went back down and saved, and then. But man, they really screwed you with that last little bit of platforming jump where you actually had to like fit into like a tiny little narrow. Maybe my path was different from other people's, but there was one place where I had to like basically squeeze bubble jump into like a tiny little narrow spot, and if like you missed that, it was like you just got clobbered.
Hardest one for me in my path on that was you have to drop a slinky down into a button that then moves a platform up. You have to jump from that to another platform. That platform hits a button. The new one starts moving up. You have to jump to the next one.
Right. Yeah.
And the last jump on that one, for some reason, just would mess with my head. So I missed that jump a couple of times. Also in the same one, you had to get across the pit with the 3 dogs. So I threw the frisbee and had it come back and perfectly jump on it to get across that pit. A few moments there just that felt awesome to get clean. So the game when you get your stuff moving perfectly does feel amazing.
It does do a good job with the actual platforming. It almost has a bit of like a Mario feel where like you feel like you can hit really small targets when you get used to it. Mm-hmm. Brad, did you have a favorite boss puzzle? Did you?
I'll go with since it hasn't been mentioned, and since I just really liked just the visual aesthetic of the room, I love the seahorse.
Seahorse was cool.
Yeah. No one likes the bat.
I don't even.
I hated that bat.
I don't feel like
it was so annoying.
I accidentally beat it. And it was like, I went to the next room to the left. It was like, oh, there's some firecrackers. She's like, grabbed it. I was like, what happens if I throw firecrackers? It's like, that's all you have to do.
That's all you had to do is hit it with firecrackers?
You had to throw 3 firecrackers and it would be runoff. And it's like, that's just kind of stupid.
I always do love a good like water-based physics puzzle. There was this water squirty fountains that you had to deflect. Like was very satisfying.
That's what I'm talking about. Kind of the seahorse battle kind of involved that. I dug those puzzles. And going back to puzzles, I dug those kind of ones, Steve.
That was my first Google. Because in the room where it sprayed the water out, I was like, where am I supposed to put the water? And I felt like I sprayed it against every wall, every floor, every other platform. I was trying to get like an infinite loop between the two platforms. Like I couldn't figure it out. And then I had to Google it and it was like, fill the bowl. And I went, there's a bowl? I just didn't see it at all. And then as soon as I did, I was like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. I wasted a half an hour on this.
That to me
the rest of that section was super fun, but that one I missed the purpose entirely. So
the crazy thing is like I'm sure there will be I'm sure there are already some of them, but like this feels kind of like a bit of a speedrunning game, like because my playthroughs in its exact entirety on YouTube, and I think it was like 8 hours and 9 minutes. I feel like somebody knows what they're doing. It's probably like 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. Like you could probably breeze through this if you know where you're supposed to go and what you're supposed to get. And that's what this whole thing felt like. It felt like maybe it could have just been like 4 hours instead of 8. Like, because I spent a lot of time stuck places.
Well, the world speed record is just over 3 minutes. So.
What?
You're not serious.
Okay, that's nuts. That's
3 minutes. What did I read? It was like, hold on, let me find that.
Sounds like someone found some way to clip through the floor.
That can't be. Yeah, somebody dropped a slinky and himself onto something like Bob did.
Right up to the final boss.
It's 14 minutes and 42 seconds.
See,
that seems reasonable.
Closer to about what I was. I think I said 15 minutes, didn't I? Was that the first number I threw out? Like somebody who knows where they're going can just easily grab the things that they need. Yep. Pop, 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 pop. You know, as long as you're making.
What was everyone's hour count? I'm curious. Yeah. I clocked in at 9 on the dot. It was like exactly 9 hours.
I think it was like 5.5,
Hunter,
maybe
yours
6.
Was like
I didn't keep track of it.
Or something on your speed on your run, right?
Yeah, it took a little bit longer just because I wouldn't say it took longer. Like I edited out parts where I basically paused the game and went and like talked to my wife or something. But like in terms of actual play time, like I think it was right over 8 hours, like 8 hours and 9 minutes or something. So on the longer side for these indies nuts games.
It's kind of an amazing amount of time to spend on a game that the picture for it in PlayStation is bigger than the game itself. Memory size wise.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I had a hard time deciding if I really loved the way it looked. Like, first of all, what were you? You weren't an animal, right? You were like a blob.
Like a blob. That's the word I would use.
You were a super meat boy. Like,
right.
Yeah, I don't know what you were.
Right on the spot.
Good description.
Yeah, it never really got any indication of like what exactly it is that you were.
Well, don't you kind of hatch from a flower in the beginning? Isn't it like some kind of plant?
It's like some kind of Georgia O'Keeffe vagina to me.
Sure.
Just like,
you played as a vagina the whole time.
Yeah, maybe maybe you were like just a like a little animal fetus running around or something.
So, I guess I got one more question. I think we could probably. I feel like we're getting towards the wrap.
Yeah, we can wrap. We'll read Wes's at the end and then wrap it up.
So my last question here is just: was that last boss way too easy? Did y'all just jump on the fireworks thing and it set off fireworks? So that's all I had to do.
Well, you had to like go through the whole maze room, right? Like,
yeah,
I think it was not
the maze. Kind of was the final boss, at least.
That's what I took it to be like, because you had to kind of figure out the path around there. And I died to it a couple of times, but not much. Like once I figured out, okay, I was like, I gotta go here, I gotta go here, I gotta go here. Press the buttons, and then there was really nothing else after that. In fact, hitting the fireworks was fantastic because I felt instant relief that I was kind of done like with this. You know, and the funny thing is you get that lantern and I'm like, oh, this lantern makes these ghosts you haven't ever been able to run through go away. And I was like, I started to think about all of the areas in the game I had seen those ghosts and like couldn't get through. It's like, I suppose you're supposed to go back with your newfound lantern at the end of the game and see what's in those areas. And I just went, eh.
To be honest, me too. So,
I was like, I'm not going back. I'm like, I don't, there's eggs in there. I honestly, I can't go back. I've gone back so many times. Just because I have this lantern, I'm not doing it again. I'll Google it. Now I can Google it now that I've finished it. All right. Well, does anybody else have any last minute thoughts before I read off Wes's? I'm going to read his comment and then we can kind of give it our scores if you want.
I just want to also point out that I know that I think none of us played anything past the end game, but according to what I've kind of looked at, there is a large amount of stuff still in the game that you do miss because you don't have all those items.
I believe it, yeah.
Like even with there's like the songs for Setting the Cats Free, but apparently even when you get every single Easter egg, there is like a song you have to figure out to play from all of the Easter eggs. So there's a lot more in this game.
I read there's a whole another secret ending, but again, I'll just look it up. I couldn't bring myself.
Ending.
I read that somewhere.
More fireworks?
I don't know, but I mean, when I went into that egg room after like right at the very end, I was like, maybe I can open the other door, and like my shelves looked like empty. I was like egg poor. I was like, how in the world are there this many more eggs in this? Like, where are they hiding? You know, I was like,
I guess I wound up with like 30 something, somewhere in the low 30s.
I have no idea. It looked pretty bare
opened
to me.
2 doors.
Yeah, I opened 2. I didn't get to the third one.
I can't remember. Is the second one the pencil? Or is the third one the pencil?
I didn't even figure out what the heck did the pencil do.
No idea what the pencil does.
It lets you, on the map you could put like stamps, like they give you those default stamps. The pencil just lets you freeform draw. So if you want to draw like a path, you can. But by the time you unlock it, like it would be handy for that cat chase, right?
Yeah.
You draw out your path on the map so you remember it, but by the time you get it, it's kind of meaningless.
And you did,
at least in my.
You didn't draw a penis on the map? I feel like that would have been the first thing in my brain.
Well, of course.
First place my brain would have
Second
gone.
thing is the path you were supposed to take. The first is a penis.
You give
with
me
the beans. You can't forget the beans.
I'm the guy who's going to draw like a penis, like just with footprints in the snow in Red Dead 2. So I there's no limit to the amount of places if you give me the chance to draw penises. I guess I have that condition or whatever it is. Okay, let me read off Wes's short novel here and his ranking, and then we can give ours and move along. So Wes says, I wasn't sold on this game when I first started to play it. Metroidvania games are my favorite genre, but I usually enjoy the combat as much as the exploration and platforming. And platforming is something this game does well, but it's pretty lacking in combat, and the exploration is extremely steeped in puzzles, which I enjoy, but also make me anxious at times, doubting whether I can figure them out. Thankfully, after coming back to the game on my second session, my fears were eased as I started to make some serious progress, and the thrill of solving puzzles started to set in. Figuring out what I presume are only a handful of this game's secrets and techniques was wholly more satisfying than I imagined it would be. I was quite proud that I was able to make it through the ghost dog chase. I guess he thought it was a dog, okay? In a single run on my first try, and figuring out the whistle warp without looking it up was awesome. Must be nice. I really enjoyed the atmosphere of Animal Well, and the pixel art graphics are extremely up my alley. In the end, I enjoyed my 4 to 5 hour runtime with the game to get the normal ending. I wasn't enthralled enough to push past that, but I did check out some of the deeper hidden secrets in a video, and it's bananas what they hid in this game. I love it when developers add a level of depth that so few will really see unless they really devote themselves to the game, and that is what Billy Basso has done with Animal Well. I can see this game becoming a speedrunner's dream. I'm happy to have experienced this game, and although I wasn't as wild about it as reviewers were, it's worth your time and definitely a very cool game. 8 out of 10. Thank you, Wes. Good take.
Thanks, Wes.
Seems like he had an easier time with it than some of us did, but good take. Good take. All right, let's go around and give it some scores. Bob, you're our guest. What do you want to score this out of 10?
Kind of setting the bar here. I overall, I think I had a good time with it. I definitely had some trepidations. I think, like I said, the early parts were a little bit more of an uphill climb than I was expecting. But I can't deny, when those secrets clicked and those puzzles were satisfying, that is a really, really nice part of this game. I like the pixel art graphics. I think some of the time it kind of muddied the water between like what was a platform and what wasn't a platform, and it made things a little tricky just for the sake of looking pretty. It wasn't super duper consistent in that sense, which was a little annoying, especially on these aforementioned ghost animal chase, whatever that thing may end up being. Yeah. I think overall 7.25.
Okay,
if fractions are allowed.
Yeah, we definitely. There are no rules here. Yeah, sure. Go into the hundreds. Love it. I think that's our first
7.2675.
Repeating.
Yeah. Beat me too.
Sorry, I feel like I made that joke so many times ever since the Leroy Jenkins video. I can never not say it now. Anyway, all right, let's move to Brad. What you scoring at, Brad?
I echo a lot of Wes's sentiment. The graphic style is right up my alley. Kind of reminded me of some of the early PC games I played. Which is really cool. Again, the platforming stuff was good. Love a good platformer. Big Metroidvania guy, just like Wes is. So I echo his sentiment there. Lacking in combat for sure, but still they kind of made puzzles out of the bosses, which was neat. Not much to talk about on sound besides kind of the lack thereof, and that kind of forming kind of an atmosphere with it too. I had a good time with it. I know we're late in the game here, but I will come out now and admit that I did not finish Animal Well. I got about 7 hours in, and I got stuck in this part that I just could not find my way out of. Ended up running out of time. I will finish this game, and I did watch kind of what I missed, and we looked up some videos on just what this game has to offer. It's an incredible little game if you're really into exploration, and if you're a deep dive or a deep digger, this is your kind of game. I'll give it an 8. I'm with Wes. 8 out of 10. I had a good time with it. I see more potential than the time I spent with it would allow. So yeah, very cool. 8 out of 10.
All right. Zach.
All right. I did have a good time with this game. Metroidvanias are not a genre that I have had a ton of experience with in the past. So it's really been getting into them more with you guys, and then a few other ones that I've played over the past couple of years. I've enjoyed this one a lot. Only thing is that we also just bought the kids Ori the Will and the Wisp, and I've been sitting there watching them play that, and it's been putting these against those. So, yeah. I still think I'd enjoy this enough that I would put it as a game that I think people should play, especially a good indie developer. Got to support them. And it is unique enough and has enough hidden stuff there that you can really sink your teeth into it as much as you want to. So I think I'll drop this one right at the same spot. I'm thinking it's an 8 out of 10.
Right. Good for Donkey Studio. This is Donkey Studio, right? Doesn't he have some part in this?
Some connection there. I remember.
I feel like maybe he funded it, or maybe started, got it off the ground. I don't know. Anyway, completely unrelated. I am going to give it I think just a solid flat 7 for me. I like parts of it. It's funny you say the Ori thing too, because I kept thinking the entire time I was playing it, it was like everything just kind of looks the same to me. Like every area, it's like the same. Like it was nice at first, and I was like, it's fun. It's like kind of neon, like everything pops. And I agree with Bob. Like it was hard to tell what platforms were at first, but like it was kind of appealing. But after 8 hours, I was like, man, I feel like I've just been staring at like a neon like live nude sign for like 8 straight hours, and like my eyes are like burning out of their sockets. So I kind of got a little bit tired of the way the game looks, but it controls really well. And it definitely did exploration really well, and some of the puzzles were a lot of fun. And I think you can almost just happen into having a good or bad time with this game, just kind of out of sheer luck, depending on where you decide to go. And so I think some people are going to really have a bad time because of that, and I think some people are going to think it's great. So I'll give it like a solid swimming in 7s. Okay, that was our Indies Nuts Animal Well for this past month. And let's talk about what we're going to be playing next month. Wes actually picked our indie game for next month. Again, since he's out, and we'll kind of announce it on his behalf. So we're going to be playing Bramble, the Mountain King. I know basically nothing about this. I looked at it. It kind of looked like it had like a bit of a like Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons like kind of thing going on. It almost like had that style, but also I don't know why, but it also felt like a Plague's Tale, kind of like in terms of the setting and some of the darkness.
Whoa, really?
I don't know. That might be a stretch. Again, I'm kind of just going off of like watching a couple of trailers, but he would probably describe it completely differently. But that's kind of what I got. Did y'all look at it? Does anybody have any other opinion of what they kind of feel? Okay.
I'm totally blind.
So, anyway, check it out. Bramble, the Mountain King. That's what we're going to be doing for our next Indies Nuts. It's basically, I think, available pretty much everywhere. I kind of looked, it looked like it was on like Switch, PlayStation, Xbox, Steam. It looked like it was actually on sale on the Xbox store for like $12 last time I checked. I think it's normally like 20, 22, somewhere around there. So, if you want to play along with us and write into your chats, again, we kind of like discuss them over the course of the month, and then kind of bring whatever you felt here to talk about. So, Bramble, the Mountain King. And with that said, it's now time for Hype Off! Get hyped! Man, definitely the weakest yet. But I would say that if Wes was here, it'd be better, but that would be a lie.
I was going heavy into the finger guns. I should have been more vocal. I apologize.
Yeah, it's been a steady decline ever since the very first attempt, and it's just become fun to mess it up. So we do it every month. Hype Off is, for people who might not know, it's our segment where we kind of look ahead to next month's releases, and we all bring something that we either want to share, we're hyped about. It's supposed to be something we're hyped about. Sometimes there's not enough games to necessarily have everybody bring something, especially in these months, like leading up into like the fall, like game, like holiday releases. There's not always a lot releasing in like August, but we were able to find some stuff to bring, and we bring them here, and we have a little competition where we kind of try and guess the scores and ultimately end up losing to Brad. So, so yeah, the winner gets to say the final word after the episode, and the loser now has to spin the wheel of consequences, which has proven to be kind of funny. I've had to wear makeup. Wes just had to take a shot of hot sauce. Like, it can be a mixed bag of things, although we kind of need to retool the wheel because we're running out of things for Wes to do. Throwing a lot of Wes shade here. He's not here to defend himself. So let's let's jump into this about what we are bringing. I guess, do you want to start with what Wes brought? Since I think we have like an audio file that Brad has available to us. So we're going to kind of listen to that. And
Wes was kind enough to weigh in.
Hear what Wes thinks.
With his made a pick here.
All right.
We're all ready to listen. I'll go ahead and play it. Everyone have the stream open?
I'm ready.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go.
Hey, this is Wes, just calling in from an undisclosed location in Europe. I'm sorry that I'm not there to join everybody for the podcast this month, but hey, couldn't have a better guest than Bob Buel. Mr. Bob Buel, everybody. Isn't he absolutely fabulous? So happy he was able to join us on the show for this, and I can't wait to listen to the episode myself. Anyway, I just wanted to call in and let everybody know what I picked for Hype Off this month. This month, I'm bringing Cat Quest 3. A lot of people out there know the Cat Quest series. It's a super fun, super jolly little hack and slash RPG series of games where you play as the titular cat and or two cats, or if you're playing Cat Quest 2, a cat and a dog co-op, and you run around fighting other cats, other dogs, various monsters. It's got a lot of Diablo-like elements where you've got special abilities on cooldown. You get tons of new gear that ups your stats, and you level up and get stronger, and you just beat the crap out of monsters and other enemies, and it's super, super fun. I played Cat Quest 2 with my daughter earlier this year, and we had an amazing time, and I can't wait to play Cat Quest 3 when it comes out from the developers, the Gentle Bros, in August. So that's what I'm bringing Hype Off this month. If you are looking for a super jolly, chill co-op experience, then look no further than Cat Quest 3. You can pick up Cat Quest 1 and 2 usually on a song. They're always on sale. I really recommend them. If you're looking for a fun little, very chill hack and slash experience, I think that Cat Quest 3 is going to score reasonably well. I don't think it's going to be the indie hit of the summer or anything like that, but I think it's going to do pretty well. It looks, from a visual standpoint, a lot cleaner, a lot nicer than the first two games. And I think this is one of those series that they're just kind of like iterating in small ways and just kind of making the gameplay better and better with each entry. So I think this is going to be like an 81, and I'm interested to see where it goes. Either way, I'm going to be playing it. My daughter and I are super hyped to play this when it comes out in early August, and I hope you guys are having fun listening to the episode, and we will catch you next month. Bye.
Thanks, Wes.
Awesome.
Good to hear, Ez.
Awesome. Okay. I honestly blank. What did he score it? What did he say?
81.
81.
Yes, 81.
All right. I guess I'm gonna try and keep this balance like he does. I'll go next. I don't have much else to say about it. I played Cat Quest 2 with my kids on Apple Arcade. It's like one of the few games I played on Apple Arcade that I really, really loved. It was fun. I think it probably scored somewhere in the mid 70s. Lots of good puns in these games, by the way. Like pet related puns. So
good dad humor there.
I'll give it a 78. Stick to my pessimism I usually go with and go a little lower than Wes, the optimist. What do you got, Brad? What do you think this is going to score?
I'm right between you and Wes there with a 79.
Great, you're probably right. All right, Bob, you have a score for us for this?
I'm thinking third in the series. They're probably ironing out the kinks here. I know the first two, are fairly well received. I'm going to say an 84. Maybe a little optimistic, but 84.
Let's hope you're right.
It's a big one there.
All right. Zach, you round us out here. What you got? Let's score Cat Quest 3.
I played a little bit of the original one. Cheyenne really likes these games. Looked at some of the trailers for this. It looks like they have made it look a lot cleaner. Also got to say, it looks like it potentially has better pirate combat than Skull and Bones, so it's got that going for it.
Not hard to
do. With that, I'm thinking this is going to score better than the previous two, but I don't know if it's going to reach that much higher, so I was going to put this right at an 80.
All right.
All right, well let's roll right into you, Zach. You can just keep it moving. What do you bring in?
Not a shit game this month. That is what I am definitely not bringing. So,
yay! We're proud of you.
I am bringing Black Myth Wukong, which is a game following Sun Wukong, which is a Chinese mythical kind of person, figure, god creature. And this game looks fucking beautiful.
It's so good.
Unreal Engine 5 at its peak for the moment. I think this is one of the best looking games that's coming out this year. It's also, as far as I've seen on some early reviews, people saying they got to play the test a little bit. May look like it's going to play kind of like a Souls-like, but actually ends up playing closer to the new God of Wars than it does to the Souls-likes, which really entices me because God of War, the new ones, have such clean combat that I'm really interested to try this out and see where that's necessarily going to actually kind of fall, if it's going to be very close to that. I think that this game is going to have a ton of potential also with to be honest, interesting mythological story that I don't know much about. We don't get fresh ideas in the space that often when it comes to something that's involving mythology. So I think that this is going to have a pretty good story as well. I'm putting this pretty high up there. I think we're hitting an 89 on Black Myth Wukong.
Oh,
all right. Bob, what did you score in Black Myth Wukong?
Gorgeous, yes. Journey to the West vibes, yes. Looks like it's got some decent gameplay. I have a gut feeling people might be a little Souls-liked out. Not that it's necessarily in that alley, but I don't know. I feel like we've gotten a couple of those gameplay-wise recently. I'm going to stick this one at an 80.
Mm-hmm.
I think solid, but maybe a little fatigue in the genre. So 80.
All right. We don't have Wes's score, so I'll go next. We'll get Wes's on the other ones that we don't have.
We'll pick him up.
He's on the other side of the globe, so we'll get him before like these things get released. We'll probably get him to give them to us tomorrow. But yeah, this is one just like please be good. It looks so good. I feel like I'm just gonna wander around this game, just going like, oh, look at that. Oh, like just jaw on the floor. It's so pretty looking. The whole art design it looks perfect. But I think like Bob said, I kind of felt the same way where every time anything that even somewhat resembles Souls comes out, I take a step back and I go, people are so weird about it. They're so picky. Like no matter how close they get, people still are like, it's not what I want. And maybe it's not going to play like Souls. I heard some rumors that's like maybe a little bit easier, which is kind of a nice thing to hear in a lot of ways. But if the combat feels even a little bit weird or the timing is off, then people will gripe and people will score it low. So I'm going to drop it down just a little bit from what I thought it might be and say an 83. I'm hoping that it at least hits that, but if it's an 89, I'll be very happy because I'm very much looking forward to this game. All right, so that's we still need you, Brad, right, for this one?
Yep, the old eyeball and the gumball machine, 78.
Always makes me nervous when our scores are off from Brad because he's
very good at this.
If there are psychics out there that the government is looking for POLYBIUS, then you're the guy.
Top target.
All right. I'm really excited to talk about this one. I want to move it up to Bob with your game. What did you bring with us for us, Bob?
Yeah, this seems so cool.
Yes, this one I am genuinely hyped about. It's called Thank Goodness You're Here. It is being described as a comedy platformer. Technically, their phrasing is a comedy slapformer. I don't know how many times I could say that in a row, so I'm going to go with platformer. The basic gist is that you are exploring a kind of wacky cartoon Old English town. and you are helping your neighbors do tasks around the village. It has a lot of voice acting from English comedians, podcasters, voice actors. The main one I think people stateside are familiar with is Matt Berry, who's from What We Do in the Shadows. He's like the kind of lead voice of the game. It's also from the publisher of Untitled Goose Game. If that gives you any direction into kind of the antics that you're getting up to. I like that they're also playing the gameplay very close to the vest. Like, if you watch the reveal trailer or the trailer that came out like a month ago, not showing you a ton, which I like. I like that they're kind of like, yes, this is going to be fun. Just take us at our word, but we don't want to spoil what you're doing for this village, whether it's mowing their lawn or helping cool their pies or what have you there. Yeah, and it's coming out just about for everything. And like I said, the art style's super cute. To me, it looked like a mix between Big City Greens, this Disney Channel show, and like a Far Side comic, kind of somewhere between the two. Yeah. It looks really fun, and it's one of these, like, it's going to be like $15 on Steam. But I think price per, pound for pound value, whatever you want to call it, entertainment value. I think this is going to review pretty well if I had to guess, especially because Untitled Goose Game was like huge.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just being a homer because it's my pick, but I'm going with like an 88 here.
Nice.
I'm being optimistic. All
right, I'm just going to cruise right into that because I also scored it at an 88, and I have basically nothing else to add to that except for that Untitled Goose Game, playing that with my kids, had us just like doing like heavy guffaws, like chortling around the house. So
yeah, we had fun with it too.
I mean, there's just no way that these people just understand humor. They're trying to do something that's like really humorous. They've got their legs under them from the Untitled Goose Game. They've got, like you said, good voice actors. I just feel like that this is going to be brilliant. And like you're saying, like there's a reason they're not showing stuff, because they know they've got something good. So I'm very, very excited about this one too. So 88. All right. Brad, what you scored in?
I'm going to 84.
All right. 84. Zach, what you got?
I'm going to huddle up in my office and play this with the lights off. Just headphones on, no interactions with anybody else. And they're just going to rush in because they're going to hear me dying of laughter. This game looks fucking hysterical. I'm excited for this too. I had no idea about this until you brought this into the group. And my God. But yeah, 86. I am super stoked for this game too. It looks so fucking funny.
Sweet, dude. Okay.
I love at the end of the trailer, there's just like, there drops into a freaking pool with a cow, and then all of a sudden like an udder pops up and the cow's just like, it's like, oh my God.
It's gonna be just stupid fun. Just like the Goose Game was just the stupidest fun. Like the concept of just like, you're a goose, like go honk at people and take stuff, and it's like, oh man, they just get it. All right, that wraps up that one. Brad, you're up.
I am known for my brevity on Hype Off. My pick, pardon me, my pick is SteamWorld Heist 2. It is more SteamWorld Heist, and it will be an 86.
Nice. Yep. Zach, SteamWorld Heist.
I don't know much about the SteamWorld games. I looked at a few of the other reviews. It looks fun. I like the kind of setup there, the kind of robot-y, I don't even know what this is, Western or something. I'm just gonna throw it around an 81. I just don't really know on this game because I don't have any experience with any of them. So we'll see.
All right, Bob.
I feel like half the reviewers are going to give this a 9 because they've played the original. I feel like half the reviewers are going to give this an 8 because they haven't. So I'm going with an 85.
That's a pretty good call.
Good luck.
Yeah, I'm pretty much. I mean, it looks great. So again, like visually, I'm like, oh, I want to play this, and especially after playing Animal Well, I'm like, this is the kind of thing I need to get in my hands soon. I'm just gonna go with an 80, just because, as we like to say, there's always some ding dong outlier out there that's gonna give it like a 2 or a 3 for no freaking reason whatsoever, and just drag it down.
Hunter.
Yeah, so
Factoring in the ding dong.
Yeah, you got to do the ding dong. You got to the ding dong variable it's a real thing in terms of like open critic scores. You know, there's always one in most games anyway.
Consider the ding dong.
Well, it is, but it's not like it's giving me a bunch of wins either. So I think I'm still just coasting on my one-time victory. Okay, everybody has scored that one, right? We're moving on to mine, last one. Okay, so I am bringing Madden 25. Hilariously, the second Madden 25 in existence now, because they named the first one to, like the 25th anniversary.
25th anniversary.
There's nothing differentiating. It's the exact same characters, like in the title.
I can't wait that the Wikipedia article is going to be called Madden 25 (2024). Because they have to differentiate because they're from the old one.
Yeah, they have to. The reason I brought this is because there was nothing left really that I like. This, like there was at least maybe a couple of things, but I was like, you know what? Like I think just for the lulz, for the comedic value of it, I want to bring Madden 25. I probably won't play it, but I think it's kind of a fun thing to try and guess a score because it's such an enigma in video games. Like they don't like there have been versions of it where they don't even update like in like textures in the game. So like they have like this one might have like a Madden 24 logo in it somewhere in like a stadium because they just don't pay attention to it. They've clearly been paying a ton of attention to the college game that just came out, which scored pretty well. And so I think that this one may have even gotten less attention than it usually has gotten. So I think it's going to be kind of funny to try and score. So I am going to put it at a 71. But I do think it might even be lower than that. So let's go to Bob next. Bob, what are you going to give Madden 25 to 2024?
I don't want to seem like a copycat, but as soon as I saw this on the list, I was like, this feels like a 70 because there's going to be outlets who love it and there's going to be outlets who lambaste this thing. I'm sure, just like any sports game. So I'm kind of splitting the difference and saying 70.
All right, Zach.
It's going to be an interesting one, especially with College 25 or College 25, I guess, that just came out, which I've had a blast playing, and it's very good. And they've been pushing pretty heavily you can move the players you make into a college game into the Madden game, which almost makes me think that maybe they've actually done some meaningful update to it. Now, do I have much high hopes for them? Hell no, I don't. They've fucked up Madden too many times over the past, 15 years.
Ever since 2K20, ever since 2K 25.
I think that they're going to get a little bump from having the college football came out. Maybe they'll implement some of the cool things that they've done in that one to make the game a little more interactive. The stadium getting loud so it screws up what you're trying to do for your play. Just some little things there. I still don't think it's going to review well. I think it's probably going to be, let's just go 73. I think it's still going to be really, really hit hard, especially with what people are seeing out of the college game and what they're going to get in the Madden game. It's just going to be like, well, this is crap. And it should go in a fire or a dumpster and burn it because that's what this game is.
It should go in a fire. All it should be on the box, right?
Brad, we gave our guesses. Tell us what the score is actually going to be.
I guess I'll be the low man here. I gave it a comedic 69.
Nice. All right. So that's going to wrap up what we picked for next month. I do want to say, because one of our community members, person that we love dearly, Holden, had suggested that maybe we get the community involved in the hype off, like guessing scores and a way to do that. And so we're gonna try to maybe implement something like that over the next couple of days, where we'll put like a new channel on there where people can go in there and kind of like guess their scores. It's hard to do sometimes with some of the games that like are coming out really quickly. So thank goodness Your Hero is coming out on 8/1. Like we are like less than a week away from that. So we'll probably try and get people who want to do this, like to get involved in it really quickly. Cause the idea is that maybe what we'll do is do like maybe a half a year and add all of people's scores together and see who wins. And maybe we can put together take some of the, Patreon money and get like a gift card or something like that to go to the winner. So we'll get some more details on that out, but just know that we will be putting that out, and for months going forward, we'll let people kind of get in there and do some scoring, and we'll figure out the details of that. I think it's a great suggestion. So thanks, Holden. Very cool. All right, let's talk very briefly, run through these pretty quick about what happened last month. So the games that we picked last month, Wes brought us Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess, and that game scored an 83, which our guest on the show last month, Dan, actually hit on the nose with an 83. We were all kind of right around that score, so somewhat of a wash, but that game ended up getting scored pretty well. I think I'm kind of excited to try that one. It's on Game Pass, so
Wes nailed it with an 83 too.
Or score, sorry, is one sheet got.
Oh no, I'm sorry, it was an 81. Wes scored it in 83. I'm sorry, I was looking at the score. You're right, thank you. Scored in 81. Yeah. We were of course Brad was actually closest. My bad. I forgot. I doubted the master. 81. Brad scored it in 80. Congratulations, Brad. Zach brought The First Descendant, which he was apparently hyped about, but also guessed that it was going to score 69, which is hilarious. It actually managed to not meet even those low expectations, and I think finished off at a 56. So Dan ended up closest to that one with a 68. He just kind of reversed Price is Right at Zach. And that game, it's a little bit weird because there are some people out there that really are very much enjoying it, but it's pretty rough, I guess.
I am actually enjoying The First Descendant.
Oh goodness!
It's not great, but I don't know. It's filling a void, I guess. It's free. Mm-hmm. It's filling a void. You can put as much time as you want to into it.
Yeah.
It's combos from the gas station.
Yeah, exactly.
It's what you got.
Okay, well, I'm on a string of picking football games for this. So last month I brought the EA Sports College Football 25. Final score for that before we locked it in was an 84. I think it might have dropped again today, but when we locked it yesterday, it was an 84. And Wes and I actually got closest to that one with an 85, but Brad was also right there. So Brad brought Nintendo World Championships NES Edition, which, man, I was really hoping was going to do better than this, but it finished at a 72. Yeah.
I'm loving it. I got it just a couple of days ago. I'm having a fantastic. I mean, listen, it's just nostalgia, like drip feeding.
But that's what people would expect. Like what?
Yeah, I love the online aspect of it, like the tournaments and the
seems so
like
cool.
People start, then it drops to 4, then it drops to 2, then it drops to 1. Like, I love those things. I've been playing a lot of it, honestly. I'm shocked by this score.
And we guessed our scores. I know I guessed mine because I was thinking they're going to know exactly which like vertical slices to take out of these games and let you play. Mm-hmm. And so there's going to be like some of the fun areas of each of these games, and as long as you accept that that's what it's going to be going in, it should be awesome. But I guess you just ended up with people who maybe had never played them, or they just, these games, it's not like they're going to all hold up well, comparatively to what we have today.
That's also the fun part of it. Once they do weekly quote unquote tournaments where it's here's 5 challenges, get the best time in all 5 of them during the week, then we show you how well you did compared to everyone else over the week. And it not only shows you your percentile, how well you did, but it shows your percentile among your age group. which I think is a very fun
cool
stat, because it's like, oh, well, I'm probably not going to be as good as some 15-year-old playing because they're just muscle reflexes are better, but also I know those games. So, you know, very, very smart.
I'm glad
I got to get it, man. Who's with me? Like, I want to get it, and I need people to play with.
I'm gonna get it. I'm
down. I'm on there every night. I'm 2-time gold champ, 1-time silver champ.
It's got the Bob stamp of
I'm coming,
approval, man.
I'm coming for you, Bob.
Coming for you, Are y'all in the same age group? I think you're going to be in my age group.
Jump.
Well, it scored a 72. Amazingly, I was closest to that. No, Brad was again. Of course, he scored a 78. The way this is formatting is throwing me off.
It broke my heart to rate this as the lowest person, but something told me it was going to tank. Someone was going to nail it because it's Nintendo hard or wasn't accessible enough, or I knew there would be some kind of rub with this game. I just knew to take the bottom. It just felt right, even though it breaks my heart because it looks so cool.
You're a Nostradamus, man. Our Nostradamus. I don't know. I'm not going to come up. It's too late, and it's 2:00 in the morning. I don't have it anymore. All right, so final one. Dan brought Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn, which is another game that's like some people are like, this is great, like one of the best things ever, and then other people just didn't score well. So I've heard very mixed things on that. Its final score ended up being a 70 when we locked it in. I think actually I got the closest with a 73. I thought that maybe the story looked a little weird and the combat a little weird, so I scored it a little low. But all added together, massive surprise. Brad kicked the shit out of us. It wasn't even really that close this time. It was like a 7 or 8 point difference. Wes managed to just squeak out the loss by 1 point to Zach. So Wes is on quite a streak here, I think. Maybe you both are in a way. It feels like we're just like comfortably in the middle. And I'm a middle child, so I'm comfortable in the middle. So, but that being said, Brad is going to get our final word, and Wes, who's not here to experience it, is going to have the Wheel of Consequences spun on his behalf, and we're going to decide, because he's done most of these at this point, so hopefully he gets something that he hasn't done yet. He really wants to write a fan fiction, so maybe we can get that one.
I want to hear that fan fiction.
I don't know. Do you guys have Wes lost last month, and we know he had to do the shot of hot sauce. Wes actually texted us a video of him doing that shot. Do we want Wes to pay off before he has to spin for his next punishment?
What do you mean pay?
He's got a video.
Wes sent a video of him paying off his punishment from last month. Shot of hot sauce. We didn't play it on the show.
He didn't play it. I thought he put it up on the Discord, which I think is what the punishment was.
Oh, did he? I didn't see that post. I thought he just texted it. All right. Well, if
it's up on the Discord, yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, that being the case, then
let's spin away, dude.
You can check that out on Discord if you want to see Wes take a shot of hot sauce, and we'll go ahead and spin the wheel for Mr. West this month.
But this is for the next one. He's going to take care of the whole wheel before too long.
Is someone going to sing the jingle?
I don't remember it.
Was it
Wheel of Consequences? Turn.
Show me the punishment that I have earned.
Fanfic.
Wes has earned. Yep.
Not a 5. Number 5 was the one. What is that? Number 1. We're on 1. Let's see what
we ever had one.
I don't know if he's done number 1.
Number 1 is he has to play the POLYBIUS arcade.
While listening,
he's got to go play it in
listening
VR.
to Lavender Town. All kinds of messed up.
He has to hide under a truck with Mew. There's a lot of good potential here.
Did my fan blow the card number 1 away?
Oh no!
Hold on, it might be up.
The mysterious number 1.
Oh no!
Hold on.
This is so funny.
Oh, the drama.
Sorry, this is the first time you can happen. Not in my notes.
This is kind of funny. We're gonna play some kind of like music.
Yeah, no.
Play the Pac-Man sound effects from Atari 600 again.
Yeah, we'll do it right here.
I mean, I don't think it's.
I can't find card number 1 right now.
I feel like if you can't find it, it just defaults to he has to write the fan fiction, since that's kind of what he wants to do anyway. Well, maybe we can
and it's something he hasn't done already. Let's just give him that.
We're gonna give Wes
the
writing.
fiction.
Yeah, there's nothing official about this, and this will give you time to find number 1. And if it's something better, we'll just make him do that too.
Yeah, we'll do the fan fiction.
He'll do that one. He'll do that one next month when he loses. I've really given him a hard time. I'm sorry, Wes.
Yeah, you've been busting on Wes.
Yeah, it's easy when people aren't around to defend themselves. So, okay.
Sorry about card number 1.
But that was nice. I know he wants to do that. I'd be really curious if he writes something good. So he's got to write. What is it exactly? It's like write a fanfic about something specific.
No, it actually was just write a 1-page fanfic.
Not anything.
That's all it said. Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll look forward to that. He'll put that up on Discord right underneath his hot sauce shot video. All right, well, with that, kind of brings us to the end of the show. We did it. It's been, again, a pretty long one. If you watched this and you liked it, again, remember to please like the video, subscribe if you haven't already, show it to a friend. We also welcome reviews on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, and come join us in the Discord chat. You can help us talk about your favorite video game water levels, nominate some things, rank them. And again, we're going to be playing Bramble, the Mountain King on Indies Nuts. If you want to play that along with us, discuss it. We're going to be doing that next month. And we have a whole bunch of other channels if you want to explore. We talk about music and movies, and some people are into anime. We've got a lot of good people on there, so consider coming and joining us. Huge thank you, Bob, for coming on, taking Wes's place. It is incredible. We absolutely love your show. People really need to go check that out. He's got amazing guests on there, and as he mentioned, he's got Elise Willems coming up, which I know I'm really looking forward to. Definitely one of the funniest people alive, one of my favorite people. Do you have anything else you want to say, plug, or mention handles? I don't know. Before you go,
my biggest thing is thank you guys for having me. Absolutely love the show. So. Dude. It is an honor to play substitute for Wes here, in whatever form it may take. Absolutely love it, and honestly, the biggest thing to plug is my podcast. I am super proud of it. It's been going on for just about 5 years now, which is a shocking amount of time for me to do anything. But it is a labor of love. I absolutely love doing it. I've gotten to talk to people that I've never thought I could have talked to, and I promise we're 110 episodes deep at this point. There is give it a scroll. There is someone there that you are a fan of. I promise. Just a couple of them. D&D World, Brendan Lee Mulligan from Dimension 20, Beth May from Dungeons and Daddies, Caldwell Tanner from Not Another D&D Podcast, Sam Reich, the CEO of Dropout, host of Game Changer, from Giant Bomb, Dan Riker, Janichoa, Bacalar, Isla and Bloodworth, Ben Hansen and Leo Vader from MinMax, Mace from WWE for some reason agreed to do my show. Nick Weiger from the Doughboys. Jackie and Rasha from Smosh, the YouTube channel. I mean, like I said, that's just kind of the tip of the iceberg there.
Siri, did you ask Siri your questions once?
I did a whole episode talking to an Amazon Alexa, actually.
That's what it was.
And then I also interviewed an AI chatbot that turned out was more sexually charged than I originally thought. That episode goes places. So
she wanted you, Bob.
She did. He made that very clear.
He gave you several junctions in which to turn this into something sexual.
I tried
Way to
desperately
resist,
to
way to
turn that wheel
resist.
the other way, but
Yep, Bob
hey.
kept on counter steering, but she just kept ripping it on into Sexville.
Well, I think you have a couple of them, but one format that I want to just shout out to for people who are looking for something like they're going down this rabbit hole, because it's Bob is a rabbit hole. When he does his chat roulette ones, they are amazing because he just goes on to like chat roulette. You might not be familiar with what that is, but it's just basically a place to randomly talk to people. And so he just goes and asks random people these questions that he has, and you get some wild answers sometimes. You never know what to expect.
Yeah. It's an annual tradition. I do it every September, and it is. I'm up to 4, I think,
nice.
and there's a new one that I have to record soon. And I always say they truly run the gamut of like the weirdest people you could ever possibly meet, and the most shockingly insightful, kind souls that you're ever going to meet. Also, so it's like it kind of gives you the whole breadth of the internet there. 99 questions wherever you get your podcasts. I would love it if some people checked it out here. And again, really, gentlemen, I super appreciate it. I love the show, so it's an honor to be on here and gab with you.
We loved having you. Thank you again. And I think that's it. I think we close out the show. So again, everybody, thanks for listening. Peace out.
And everybody.
All right, friends, final word here. I have won the hype off again. Gonna go with a few things here. First of all, friends, if you were gonna learn anything from Zach, wear your sunscreen. He looks like a baked potato. Also, wanted to do some quick thank yous to the community at large. Of course, you guys are what pushes this podcast. We wouldn't have one without you. Our good friend here, Bobby Fuel, came straight out of our community. He did a wonderful job on our show today. I want to thank him very much for his time. It's a long show, and there's a lot of work involved in this show. So we appreciate the time that he put into being as prepared as he was. He brought a lot to the show today. I want to thank him very much for that. Me and the whole fam are friends of his podcast. So again, I know we've talked about it, plugged it, but I want to plug it again. 99 Questions. Go check it out. It's absolutely awesome. Real Wax Vet if you want to yell at him. Lastly, we will cycle back to the news story that I brought about Summer Games Done Quick. Just want to say, even if you didn't participate in the event and didn't donate, then you can always donate to Doctors Without Borders. They do incredible work, and they are worth every bit of your money. They do a lot of good. And just thanks to everyone for watching, and we'll see you next month.